Good morning, a very warm welcome to MyWhoosh, to the Sunday Race Club, and of course our monthly race finals, which are coming up throughout today. We've got a fantastic lineup of riders as we get set to go to France for the very first time. I'm Anthony McCross, and I'm looking forward to guiding you through what is going to be, I'm sure, a very, very tough monthly final race, which is going to really test the riders out as we find out who's going to win this Sunday Race Club as we get to the end, of course, of August. Well, it's always very, very popular to bring you this race. We're going to take a look now at what the riders will have on the menu for today. We're going to go to France, as I mentioned, for the very first time. This fantastic course that has got all the sights and sounds of France. Take a look there then at what we're going to ride for the women. We're going to take this 39-kilometer ride, and we're going to go through 3 intermediate sprints along the way at Mont Saint-Michel, 6.2 kilometers we go through there. The second sprint is at Pont de Pierre, which is after 10.3 kilometers. Then we go on to the little climb at Pont de Pierre, and then over the top and down to the Eiffel Tower, sprint at 24.3, before the fearsome climb of the Col de Galibier, where the riders are really going to test out the legs as they make their way up what is a very arduous climb. That Col de Galibier climb is going to take them from 29.7 up to 38.7, so a 9-kilometer ascent to the top of the Hors category. Col de Galibier, which we all know is 6.2% as an average gradient. You can see there, though, you've got the various different ramps that the riders will face. Let's take a little look then at the riders, but before we do that, I'm going to introduce to you my co-commentator for today. She's been a bronze medalist in the Commonwealth Games. She's a regular in the Sunday Race Club and has just finished silver medalist in the Gran Fondo World Championship time trial. A very good morning to Hayley Simmons. Good morning to you.
Morning, Ant. Yeah, we've got a really exciting lineup of riders today. So category 6 that we just saw flash up, we've got 35 riders in that category and 7 teams. And I'm going to be looking at Cynthia Hoyos and also Liz Smithson in that category for today's race. Moving on to category 5, it's actually our smallest category today with only 27 riders and 5 teams in that category. But you've got some strength there. You've got Jacqueline Gugliano, you've got Katie Kansara Jones, and so it's definitely going to be a small but competitive field. Category 4, 29 riders and 5 teams. And we've got a new rider coming in, actually, Helen Sharp, who was one of the original international Ls back in 2019. And I'm sure we'll talk more about her later. Category 3, bit bigger now, 44 riders and 8 teams in Category 3. Helen McKay won last week's final August qualifier in that category, so she could have a good race today, though maybe the long climb isn't quite to her strengths. But we've got Ruti Race in there as well, and Shanna Martinuski, who obviously was great in the MyWhoosh Championships. Category 2, now this is a huge rider field, 50 riders and 10 teams in Category 2 today. You've got some riders who've come down from Category 1 and they're surely going to shake things up. You've got Sophie Giovanni, Roberta Bassoni, Lisa Hermansen, all within that core squad. So I think that's going to be a really, really tough team. But they're going to face some challenges from the FCC United Cadence too, and also the Watt team. Category 1, our top category of riders today, 32 riders and 7 teams. 2 riders have moved up from Category 2, but you know you've got the usual suspects in there. You've got Mary Kate McCarthy, world champion. You've got Gabriela Guerra in there as well. The Adblock International, Sweat Sensations, and FCC Endorphins are really stacked with power. So it's going to be a tough category today.
Well, we're counting down then, Hayley, to the race start now. This is the first category underway, our Category 6 riders. As they go sprinting away, we'll see them in that purple coloured kit throughout the race. That's how we'll know that it's our Category 6 riders as they go sprinting through these first twists and turns. Now, Hayley, in terms of the course, you can see it's so stacked towards the end, isn't it? But we're going to have to, the riders are going to really have to think about how they conserve energy today, but still stay competitive, surely, with the Galibier coming up.
Yeah, so interestingly, in this women's race, we've got two sprints coming up before the first classified climb, and that's going to give some of the more sprinty riders who are maybe less inclined to want to be riding the Galibier. It'll give those sprinty riders a chance to actually seal the sprint jersey before we get to any climbs. But what that means is that the start could be a bit faster, which could sap the energy out of the legs early on in this race, and then riders might have to think about recovering a little bit for that big climb at the end. And you can see that that's happened here in this women's category 6 race, because you've already got this small gap, or two small gaps actually, separating that front bunch from smaller groups of riders behind. And I think that that's because you've got the likes of maybe Jessica Hamilton, for example, who'll be looking towards the sprinter's jersey and kind of tying that up before we get to the Galibier.
Yeah, the sprinter's jersey, always important. That first intermediate sprint after only 6 kilometers. This is Hala Obeid. We're getting a chance to see her as she spins away and sits there in 14th place right now, just dropping down to 15th place. Just tell us though, in terms of staying in this group, just how tough is it in these initial sections when you've done your warm up and you've managed to get yourself ready? Just how tough is it for that initial sprint to get yourself in the right group?
I think it's really important actually to be paying really close attention to what the profile's doing, because one thing today is if you look at the actual profile, everything is shadowed by the Galibier. So there are actually some quite a lot of bumps between 0 and 5 kilometers, and they look like nothing on our map, but they're actually quite tough. And so riders really need to be paying attention to not get distanced on any of those on any of those small rises.
Here we go with category 5. Category 5 now underway. And Hayley mentioned some of the riders we need to watch here. So they're going to go sprinting off in that light, I guess we'll call it a light turquoise coloured kit for this morning as they go sprinting away in that group of riders. Hayley, who are we looking out for in category 5?
So I think Katie Kansara Jones could have a good race. She was ninth last week, which was a very different course, but I don't necessarily think that means that today won't suit her. You've also got Jacqueline Giuliano in there, and Kelly Huring. I think Kelly Huring could have a really good race because she was second in the July finals, and that course was, of course, Jabal Hafit, infamous Jabal Hafit course. And similar to today, that is very backloaded. So that kind of long climb at the end of a race is going to suit someone like Kelly Huring. She did well on that Jabal Hafit, and so I think that she'll be looking to do similar today in France.
We see our rider there on the left-hand side, Catherine Tompkinson, choosing to ride not necessarily her normal road bike on a lovely setup there on the left-hand side there, Hayley, with what looks like a bit of a watt bike setup.
Yeah, it's quite nice being able to have something that's constantly set up for indoor riding, that you don't have to worry about taking on and off your turbo trainer kind of each week to swap between the outdoors and the indoors. Obviously, it means that there's less less kind of likelihood of something going wrong. But you can see, she's focused on this race. She wants to make sure that she stays right at the front of this main pack if she can early on, and just conserve as much energy as possible, because as you said, it's going to be really important to save something for the end of this race. And I think it's going to be interesting to see how the different categories actually tackle that first Pont de Pierre climb. There are some categories that might race it quite hard, but in other categories, we might actually see a more sedate ascent of that climb, because everybody knows that the main event's coming up later.
Yeah, the main event is a definite main event in today's race. We're counting down then to the start of category 4 in that red coloured kit. They go sprinting away. Well, one rider has been left there on the start line, so the rest of the group of riders go sprinting away now. A very, very fast start. Lots of power being put in as they make their way through that first right-hand turn. It looks like Aniska Manuska at the front has gone flat out as she goes. In fact, Helen Sharp now takes over. You mentioned Helen Sharp in the introduction. She's gone straight to the front at 4 watts per kilo, and she wants to set a very nice pace.
Yeah, so Helen Sharp, she's a new rider today in Category 4 Women, and she's one of the, as I mentioned briefly before, she's one of the original international Ls who rode the full men's tour ahead of the pros in 2019 to help campaign for the Tour de France Femme. So it's great to see her on the Sunday Race Club this morning, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how she goes. It's another small category here, category 4 today. You've got 29 riders, 5 teams. I'm sure we'll talk more about the teams and the team competition later on, because that's something that almost one of the most important things within the community on these monthly finals. But in terms of the individuals, I'm going to be looking at Monica Rapaz for this race. She won the July finals on Jabal Hafit, and she's riding as an individual today, so she can kind of look after her own interests in this race. I love seeing the shots inside the pain cave as well. You've got all sorts of
Me
setups
too.
from riders at the different hours of the day. Angelina Roa there with darkness outside her window, because of course she is in Colombia, and it's probably 3 in the morning or something in Colombia. So
Very, very early in the morning. Wow. Real
the
commitment from these
dedication.
riders to be riding.
Yeah, exactly. The dedication of the riders to be, who are in North America, Canada, Colombia, other parts of South America, getting up in the middle of the night. Some of them, they have their families that they kind of leave in bed, and they get up and sneak into their pain caves at 2 or 3 in the morning to undergo this hour of pain to get the best result that they can.
Very, very impressive. The commitment of MyWhoosh and the Sunday Race Club. This is category 3. Category 3 about to get going now. A big category of riders. Again, one rider just struggling there at the back, but the rest of the group go flying off the front now and start their little twist through that right-hand turn, and then get themselves into the group, into the slipstream, and get themselves underway. Big power surge right at the start then as these riders get up to speed. You can see there Natalia Bachera with the heart rate going immediately up to 158 beats a minute, and with a cadence nice and high up there at nearly 90 in terms of the cadence. The power not too bad at all as they go into that group and settle down. I would imagine, Hayley, when you get off that start line, that first little initial acceleration, you've got Emily Nyquist there. You can see there, she's already under a little bit of pressure. But once you settle into the group, it must be a little bit of relief, because you've had so much build up to this race, haven't you? You've got to get everything set. You've got to have gone through your various protocols in order to be hydrated and be ready and be set for what is a really tough one, well, whatever it ends up being, but 39 kilometers of racing. You've got to be absolutely set, and that initial stress must be very, very high.
Yeah, it is. And for me, I always accelerate, maybe sometimes harder than I need to off the line, just in case somebody really goes for it right from the start, because what you want is to get off the line quickly and then be able to settle into that initial group. You don't want to be left kind of chasing right from the gun, because the course is already going to be difficult enough as it is. So the quicker you can get yourself into the safety of that main pack, the better. And it's nice to just expend that initial bit of energy, maybe for 5-10 seconds, and then settle down, take a moment to breathe, and then you're in the race. And Shannon Martinuski on the screen there, she's a rider who had a really good race in the MyWhoosh Championships. She's a great climber. She did really well on that Columbia course that we saw in the MyWhoosh Championships. So this is a course that could really suit her. She's moved up into category 3, but I'm really excited to see how she goes on this climbing course within that category.
Well, she looks very relaxed even now under pressure as we get started with our next group of riders. This is group number 2 as they go away. A very large group of riders in this Sunday Race Club final as they get going. So group 2 sprinting away now in those green
I have to say,
jerseys. We've
Category 2 is massive. Today, Category
It's
2 is
huge.
huge. 50 riders on the start sheet this morning for Category 2, 10 teams. I don't think I've ever seen, I've recently moved up to Category 1, but the rest of the time I've been in Category 2, since I've been racing on the Sunday Race Club. And I don't think I've ever seen 10 teams in Category 2. So this is going to be a really competitive category today. And pay attention to what's going on, because you've had some riders move down from Category 1, and those are the kind of riders who are actually, they won't just sit in and wait to see what happens in the race. They'll attack, they'll light it up. There are some riders that actually I expect in Category 2 to be aggressive on that first Pont de Pierre climb, so it'll be interesting to see what happens to that group.
Here's our
Category
first
6,
sprint as we
Georgina
get to that
Jones.
sprint.
Yeah,
Georgina
Georgina
Jones is going to go through
the
that sprint now. She looks very, very good. Georgina Jones goes through the first intermediate sprint at Mont Saint-Michel, takes the 5 points. That was a fantastic sprint for Georgina Jones. She took so much daylight from Angelica Limbaga, didn't she? What a fantastic show of power through that first sprint.
Yeah, she really accelerated away, and she's one of the riders that I think will be looking to probably tie up this sprinter's jersey before we get to the climb. So yeah, just to confirm, Georgina Jones took the 5 points at the Mont Saint-Michel sprint, followed by Bridget Bremner, Elizabeth Ribeiro, Angelica Limbaga, and Hala Obeid came through for 1 point. So they've now got 4.1 kilometers to the next sprint point, which is at the Pont de Pierre sprint. And actually, if the points go in a similar way, if Georgina Jones manages to take those 5 points at that sprint checkpoint, then she doesn't need to try and contest the Eiffel Tower sprint. She'll have the sprint competition sewn up.
Our final category in the yellow jerseys. This is category 1. They go away then. We've got all of our 6 category groups on the road to the Col de Galibier. Here we are with category 1 as they go through the first twists and turns now and get themselves started. Smaller group of riders, but very, very strong indeed.
Yes, we've got 32 riders on the start list today for Category 1, 7 teams, and we know that the team competition is really important within the monthly finals. 7 teams will take away prize money, so that's quite nice. All of these teams are kind of already guaranteed to take away some prize money in that team competition today. And just back into Category 5 as they approach this first sprint checkpoint as well.
Yeah, here we are now with category 5, and it's Louisa Schultz who's going to go through category 5's intermediate sprint. They're coming back at her though. There's a big acceleration in the group behind. Is she going to hold on? Louisa Schultz trying to get across. Lam Kong is trying to come to the line as well, but it is going to be Louisa Schultz who goes through that first sprint to take the maximum points. 5 points in the pocket to Louisa Schultz.
Yeah, Lam Kong just left that a little bit too late to accelerate. Louisa Schultz really, she went quite early, but she got the jump on the rest of the group, and then Lam Kong just couldn't quite do enough. So Schultz came through for 5, Kong for 4. Then behind them, you had Catherine Tompkinson coming through for 3 points, Jackie Giuliano coming through for 2, and Monique Verhoff taking that 1 point. And you could see actually they went past a couple of the straggling Cat 6 riders already. So some of these categories already coming together at the front of this women's race today.
Just shows you how quick some of these groups are already starting to make their way around this course. But there we go. There's the look at our different categories. Group 1 there on the right hand side as we look at our screen. They're just settling down into the initial first kilometre of racing. 1.2 kilometres have been covered so far. Here we go back now with our next group of riders. This is category 4, and it's Gina De Gracia who is the rider who's going to sprint through here. It's going to be very, very close though, because Magdalena Braal is trying to come back as well. So is Natalia Anderle. And it's going to be a very close sprint. Look at this. One rider coming up, and their last ditch attempt to get the maximum points, sprinting through to try and take the maximum 5 points here. Angelina Rowe, is it going to be Angelina who's going to take the maximum points? Looks like it is. That's the middle of the night there, but she looks like she has sprinted well there. We'll get confirmation of the points in a moment. That was very, very close, but it is Angelina Rowe who takes the maximum points for category 4, with Natalia Andaluk in second place and Gina De Gracia in third place. That was a close sprint there, Hayley.
Yeah, it was. Angelina Rowe is a great sprinter. She's won 5 sprint jerseys on the Sunday Race Club before, and she's another of these Colombian pocket rockets who manages to time her sprint very, very well. You could see that, she just accelerated onto the back wheels and then kicked past and managed to take those maximum 5 points at that first sprint checkpoint. So that was really nicely timed. And the timing of the sprints on the Sunday Race Club is something that we've spoken about on the Inside the Race podcast. And we're going to be talking about it a little bit more actually in September. But especially with the introduction of the wind on these courses, looking at exactly what the wind direction is doing and timing your sprint to kind of suit that wind direction is a real skill. And it's something that Angelina Rowe definitely got right a minute ago.
Yep, she did exceptionally well there. Yeah, the wind direction today, the maximum wind is going to be about 14.4 kilometers an hour. We're just seeing group 3 coming up towards this intermediate sprint. They're going to settle in and get ready. Here they go. The acceleration is starting. We've still got about 600 meters to go, but you can see everybody just shuffling around a little bit, getting set for this intermediate sprint. There it is. It's not too far away. They see the gantry across the road. We've got about 800 meters, in fact, to go until, 400 meters to go until they reach that intermediate sprint. Diana Corrales is at the front, but everybody is very, very close together now. No one has made that initial acceleration, but now we start to get the sprint. And it's going to be very, very tight between Tonamete and Diana Corrales. They're sprinting flat out yet again. It's a Colombian at the front in the intermediate sprint, followed by the Norwegian. But it looks like Diana Corrales is the first rider across the line. It was very, very close between those two riders. We'll get confirmation in a second as to who managed to take that intermediate sprint, but it was confirmation. Diana Corrales was the first rider across the line. The Colombian takes the maximum points. Another really tight sprint there, Hayley. That was left a little bit later.
Yeah, it was. And Corrales and Tomt were obviously a little bit ahead of the rest of the group behind. And then you had Clara Lagros taking the 3 points, Andrea Alzat taking 2. So it was a closely fought sprint between those two. And I think these early sprints are a good indication of who's going to be looking to maybe take the sprinters jerseys versus who's kind of saving more energy for those later climbs. Because I almost expected Helen McKay to potentially show her hand in that sprint, but she didn't at all. She didn't contest it, and she's a rider who often goes for these sprint jerseys on the Sunday Race Club. So potentially today, Helen is not looking so much towards the sprints and saving a little bit of energy for those later climbs.
Yeah, that's interesting to watch, actually, just to see the tactics starting to evolve and start to play out. And everybody's got to have a race plan as we come up towards the intermediate sprint now. On the left-hand side with group number 2, who are in those green jerseys. They're not too far away now. Everybody getting set for this first intermediate sprint. So we've seen some good tussles so far as we go across the river. There's everybody there on the left-hand side. Different styles of riders that we can see there. I agree with you. I do love these pain caves. You get to see everybody set up in such different ways. We see Brittany there on the left-hand side. Looks like She's in the garage with the door open to give herself a little bit of air coming in. Roberta down there on the right-hand side, a little different setup. Now we've got a big acceleration. Tanil Otto is the rider, the South African rider, who is sprinting away. And this is a fantastic, powerful surge towards this intermediate sprint. Tanil Otto is the rider who's across the line first, with daylight between her and the rest of the riders.
Tanil Otto's a very good sprinter, and she's a rider who's been moving between categories 2 and 1 a little bit, and she's come back down into category 2, and yeah, you could see that she had clear daylight. She had 3 seconds at that checkpoint, so she took the maximum of 5 points ahead of Camilla Moroz with 4 points, Lisa Hermansen 3, Jessica Edquist with 2, and Jenny Eck with 1 point. There's been a lot of movements within the categories this month. We've discussed that there's been this new kind of categorization system coming into play, and it's really shaken things up. And at the moment, category 2 have quite a lot of riders who have either been category 1 for quite a long time or have been, moving between the categories a little bit. And you can see that, we've ended up with 50 riders within category 2. But I think that's going to shake up a lot of the kind of dynamics of how this is raced. You've got some very strong sprinters who've come in here. You've got Kelsey Jade Van Shaw, who's come into category 2, Tanil Otto, who we've just seen, who won that first sprint. You've also got the likes of Dorency Gonzalez Rua, who's been one of the top sprinters in category 2 for a very, very long time. So I think that's going to kind of shake things up with how the sprint competition is raced. But what we can see, we're getting a shot in here with Malen. And she's, nice and controlled, sat in the bunch, nice steady power. And I think with category 2, what we often see on courses like this, where there's a big climb at the end, the bunch actually stay a little bit more under control, and then the fireworks start on that final climb. So you can see that Tanil Otto kicked away from the bunch for that sprint, but then it sat up again very quickly. There were no kind of counter attacks and really trying to put the pressure on, because it's a long old race, and that Col de Galibier climb is going to be 30 minutes maybe of very hard effort.
Yeah, it's going to be a very tough end to today's race. We're looking here at Anna Caramello, who is right at the front as she starts her acceleration now towards the intermediate sprint. You just saw her get out the saddle there, put on the power, and start now to put this surge on to try and win the maximum points. 5 points on offer. It's Bridget Walensky who's trying to come across, and Elizabeth Van Houweling is in third place, the American rider. Now we can see the gantry across the road. A little bit of a coming together now as the front rider maybe went just a little bit too early. Everybody getting set for this intermediate sprint. We've had 10.5 minutes of racing. Bridget Walensky, we're watching right now. Walensky starts to accelerate. We've got Anna Svartström in second place. Elise Gallegos in third place. But it's Bridget Walensky who looks very, very strong through that intermediate sprint. Bridget Walensky is first, I think, across the line, with Camilla Ahlberg very close in second place. We'll get confirmation of the points. It was Walensky ahead of Camilla Ahlberg in second place, and then Anna Svartström in third place in category 1. We're starting to really see now, Hayley, the riders who are looking for these intermediate sprints and who are also feeling strong nice and early in today's race, because that first intermediate sprint, you've got to have been feeling good in the initial sections to just feel like you can compete in that intermediate sprint. So you've got to get the legs feeling good, and you've got to be feeling confident when you go through that point.
Yeah, I think so. And it's one of those things where we'll see the different approaches to this race. I think, Bridget Walensky, she's a very good sprinter. We've seen her contest the sprints on the Sunday Race Club before. Maybe she knows that the back end of this course isn't going to suit her so much. And so she's taking her opportunity to maybe go for those sprint points early on. And I think, as you said, with the warm-up, some riders will know that their race points are actually earlier on in this course. If they're going for the sprints, they will have needed a really solid warm up, whereas other riders can maybe take the opportunity to warm up a little bit more through this course, because they'll be just looking at lighting things up on that climb. And it's a great shot in with one of what you would say probably some of the four top contenders in this women's category 1 race today. You've got Kate McCarthy, the world champion, with those stripes on the wall behind her, just looking nice and composed. Just paying attention to what's going on in the race. Gabby Guerra, obviously, second in the World Championships to Kate McCarthy these last 2 years. Catherine Fura, who was third 2 years ago in the World Championships, and then Francesca Tomasi, who has been racing incredibly in these last weeks and months, and she'll also be looking towards the World Championships later this year. We've obviously got the semi-finals coming up not that far away now before a December finals date.
Yeah, great shots there, particularly of the world champion. She's got the world championship jersey in the background as we see category 2 now. They're not too far away from the second of our intermediate sprints. We haven't seen the group of riders go through this second intermediate sprint too much, but Brittany Lytton, we just got a little bit of a shot there of Brittany Lytton, who has been riding well so far. This is our group of riders making their way now up towards this second intermediate sprint. This is sprint number 2 for the category 2 riders, and a big acceleration on the front. Look at this. This is going to be very, very close. The green jersey virtual is Taniel Otto, and she now goes powering away. Otto looking really strong through that intermediate sprint, the second sprint of the day at Pont de Pierre. She takes the maximum 5 points, so she's won both the sprints of the morning, Hayley. That's a very strong performance by Taniel Otto so far. And it was Lisa Hermansen, I think, who went through in second place. She was in third place last time, and Jessica Edfist, who is in third place through there. So Taniel Otto securing that green jersey with that second sprint, 10 points so far to her.
Yeah, it looked as though Kelsey Van Shaw was going to contest that for a minute, and then I think she realised that Taniel Otto kind of was just maybe accelerating a little bit too hard, and Kelsey Van Shaw would have had to take maximum points there, and then also look to contest the Eiffel Tower sprint, which doesn't come until the 24.3 kilometre mark and after the Pont de Pierre climb. So, I think Kelsey Van Shaw just sat up a little bit, and Taniel Otto now has that green jersey safely on her shoulders over the top of her green category 2 jersey, and she doesn't need to worry quite so much about the Pont de Pierre climb and then the Eiffel Tower sprint later on.
Well, they're not far away now from that climb, the Pont de Pierre climb, which is coming up quite shortly. That's going to rear up at 16.5 kilometres of racing. So they're going to settle into that ride now to get there. We're probably going to see category 1 go through that intermediate sprint quite soon. And of course, Bridget Falensky was the first rider who went through there. Christine Schneider there on the left-hand side. Here we are with category 1 right on cue as they make their way towards this second intermediate sprint. Last time it was Falensky from Alberg, from Anna Svardström. They were the 3 riders who went across the line first. Let's see how this unfolds. Kate McCarthy quite happy just to sit in the group. The green jersey is up towards the front. There she is, Bridget Falensky, getting ready to just put the power in and start to sprint towards this second sprint of the day. This is Heather Shanks on the left-hand side. See all her numbers in the background there on the fridge. Now we get a big acceleration. One rider going clear in category 1, looking for this intermediate sprint. This is Matilda Field. She goes flat out. And the rider who won last time, Falensky, is up towards the front, but not really figuring this time. Matilda Field, that's a long, long sprint. She's gone very, very early for this intermediate sprint, Matilda Field, putting in 5.7 watts per kilo and starting to really feel the pressure as she sees the gantry. Still got a long, long way to go. Second place is Ashley Passio. There's Matilda Field. And Matilda Field now sprinting through. Is she going to hold on? It looks like she probably will. She looks composed on the left-hand side. Matilda Field goes through to take the intermediate sprint, takes the 5 points. It's going to be Anna Swardström, who is in second place, and Emily Sopers in third place. So it looks there
So this
like
is,
Bridget Falensky
yeah,
not quite there that time.
No, it's going to shake up the sprint a little bit in category 1. So Falensky didn't pick up any points in that sprint. Tilly Field picked up 1 point at the first sprint checkpoint and now just picked up 5 points at that second sprint checkpoint. So that's going to stand her in good stead. And she's a rider who could quite easily get over that Pont de Pierre climb with the category 1 riders. And then she could be in contention as well at the Eiffel Tower sprint. So the sprinters jersey's still, definitely up for grabs in this category 1 race. Anna Svardström picked up 4 points at that second sprint. Then Emily Soppers with 3 points and Elise Gallegos with 2, and Ashley Passio picking up the 1 point. So Elise Gallegos, Anna Svardström and Matilda Field have all picked up points at both of those sprint checkpoints. So that's going to, shake things up a little bit in the sprint competition. We obviously didn't see
when we get onto the Galibier, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. And I think some riders know that they're maybe not going to be able to hold the wheels of the likes of Kate McCarthy and Gabby Guerra and Francesca Tomasi on that Col de Galibier climb. And so they're maybe using some of their energies a little bit earlier and seeing what else they can pick up in this race today. But we didn't see all of the categories go through that sprint checkpoint, that second sprint checkpoint. But at the Pont de Pierre sprint in women's category 6, Georgina Jones picked up 5 points again. So that secures her that green jersey. You can see she's in fourth wheel at the moment on the screen as we're watching the women's category 6 race. They're at 17.2 kilometers. So they're actually on that Pont de Pierre climb now. So the Pont de Pierre climb is 1.4 kilometers at 4.3%. And it's going to be a real early test of the climbing legs of some of these riders. And you can see that there's already a stretch on this women's category 6 group with Brooke Samuel just leading the way. You can see her on the screen in her pain cave on the left hand side, and her avatar is leading the way there in this women's category 6 race. Georgina Jones is just nicely kind of trying to hold the wheels because of course there's another sprint checkpoint coming up at the 24.3 kilometer mark, and she's taken both of those early sprints so far. So in that Pont de Pierre sprint, Georgina Jones took the 5 points ahead of Elizabeth Ribeiro, Angelica Limbaga, Bridget Bremner and Jacqueline Almeida. Those were the top 5 in category 6 at the Pont de Pierre sprint. Category 5, we had Louisa Schultz ahead of Carmen Yao, Kelly Huring, Monique Verhoff and Lam Kong. So Louisa Schultz again taking maximum points at both of those 2 early sprints in category 5. So that will secure her that sprinter's jersey in the women's category 5. In category 4, we actually had a bit of a shake-up. Angelina Roa took that first sprint, but then she was third in the second sprint, whereas Veronica Chisolka and Justina Panna beat her to the line. So they were the top 2 in category 4 at that second sprint checkpoint. Angelina Roa coming through in third, Gina de Gracia in fourth, and Vivian Tomlin in fifth. So just wrapping up those sprints. And then category 3 was the other one that we didn't see. So Diana Corrales took the maximum points at the second sprint checkpoint ahead of Andrea Alzat, Brooke Donoghue, Clara de Gross, and Rosalina Barragan. So there's a real mix in category 3 as well. Diana Corrales took both of those sprint checkpoints. So that's wrapped that sprint competition up quite nicely there.
We're just seeing riders making their way up over the Pont de Pierre climb. So the Queen of the Mountains is being decided at the moment. It was Liz Smithson in the first group of riders, category 6, who went over that climb first. Puts on the polka dot jersey. And as we get category 5, it's Monique Verhoff who is trying to get to the top of the climb first. But Carmen Yao is jumping away now. And it looks like Carmen Yao is going to be first over the top of that Pont de Pierre climb after 17.9 kilometers of racing on the Sunday Race Club. Carmen Yao looking very, very strong, Haley, on that particular climb. Looks strong at the end, gets the 5 points ahead of Monique Verhoff, Jackie Garliano, then it's Katie Kansara-Jones, then Tamara Meckelberg, who took the 1 point in 5th place.
Yeah, Carmen Yao looked really strong at the end of that climb. You can see that she's actually picked up maybe not intentionally, but opened up a 5-6 second gap over the rest of these Category 5 riders. She can now take a bit of recovery. There's 6.4 kilometers between the top of that climb and the Eiffel Tower sprint. And actually, in this section, it's pretty much the only bit of tailwind on this course that's coming up now. It's a hard course today. There's a lot of headwind, and between about 21.5 and 23 kilometers is the only kind of consolidated bit of tailwind. So I think riders will be trying to take as much recovery as they can ahead of the Col de Galibier climb. But this first climb is really kind of, it's an indication to the rest of the category exactly who's got their climbing legs on today and what the riders could be facing for that 8.5 kilometer ascent of the Col de Galibier.
Well, we can see here that we've got the riders in Category 4, and it's Vivian Tomlin who's climbing well, but Veronica is coming across. Chesiolka is coming across, but it's Vivian Tomlin who's going to be over the top of the climb first, very closely followed by Veronica there in 2nd place. But the Queen of the Mountains jersey switches on to Vivian Tomlin over the top of that climb. A chance now just to settle down, let the group come back. Confirmation of Category 4. Vivian Tomlin took 5 points. Veronica Chesiolka in 2nd place. Gina de Gracia in 3rd. Suzanne Stenman in 4th. And Isabel Alzate in 5th place takes the 1 point. Thumbs up from Vivian Tomlin there at the front.
Veronica Chesiolka actually won. She won last week's race, the August Qualifier 4 race. It was an 11-up sprint in the women's Category 4 race, and she won that sprint. But she's obviously just taken 2nd place on that climb today, and that's a good indication that how good an all-round rider she is, and the fact that she's also looking at today's course as well, and not just thinking that maybe it was only on a sprinting course last week where she'd be up at the top. I think she's going to have a great race today as well.
That's great to see. Well, Brooke Donoghue is now sprinting with Helen Mackay that you mentioned right at the top of the show. Helen Mackay now looking for the Queen of the Mountains. Mackay goes sprinting away, looked really strong over the top of the climb, switches into the polka dots, and now opens up a little bit of an advantage over Brooke Donoghue in 2nd place with our 3rd place rider at 5 seconds. A big sprint there from Helen Mackay. 5 points to her. Brooke Donoghue in 2nd with 4 points. Bo Yilung in 3rd. Then it's Emily Nyquist in 4th. And Barbara Bulawa in 5th place with 1 point. Helen Mackay starting to show how strong she is.
Yeah, Helen Mackay is one of those riders who, she's got the power to deploy at these sprint checkpoints at the top of climbs, and obviously today she's chosen to use that acceleration, maybe looking at the climbs rather than trying to do everything. I think she's aware that she only has so many matches to burn, so she can't use them at the sprints and the climbs, and so she's choosing the climbs today, and I'm looking forward to see how she goes on the longer ascent that's coming up. Category 2 also
Category 2.
on this first climb.
Yeah, Category 2 starting to accelerate. They're much closer together, aren't they? The huge group of riders, and they're going shoulder to shoulder. It's Kelsey Jade Van Schuren who's at the front. Stephanie Briggs is up there as well as they sprint away now, and it's Lisa Hermansen who has finally got herself to the front. She's the rider accelerating away. She looks very, very strong. There she is, Lisa Hermansen, stamping on those pedals, trying to get herself up to the top of that climb. She goes through. Lisa Hermansen takes the Queen of the Mountains jersey so far on that first major climb of today's race. Pont de Pierre climb. Lisa Hermansen over the top.
Yeah, Lisa Hermansen's a rider who's long been in Category 1, and so I think she's really going to want to show her strength in this Category 2 field today. And she's just put down an early marker by looking quite controlled, actually, in her pain cave, deploying that 9 watts per kilo towards the top of the climb and just accelerating away from the rest of the group. Kelsey Jade Van Shaw took the 4 points ahead of Alice Lethbridge, who crossed the line third to take 3 points. Vania Santos took 2 points, and then Katarzyna Wellner took 1 point at that first climb. But this is a very different climb to what we're going to see later on. What's interesting here is Lisa Hermansen is now pushing on. She's seen that she opened up that 4-second gap over Van Shaw and 7 seconds over everyone else. And unlike the other categories that we've already seen, who've maybe then just sat up a little bit after the top of the climb to take recovery, Lisa Hermansen is pushing on. She's now riding 4.5, between 4.5 and 5 watts per kilo on this descent. And, you know, the descent is quite steady. And then, as I said before, we get into that section of tailwind. So Lisa Hermansen is really taking the opportunity to open up that gap, which we saw at the start of August in qualifiers 1 and 2, where myself and Mika Soderstrom ended up with gaps after the top of climbs and kind of pushed on a bit. And now we're seeing Lisa Hermansen do exactly the same and take that opportunity. So whether she's trying to open up a head start on the Col de Galibier, whether she wants to maybe take the sprint checkpoint at the Eiffel Tower, I'm not sure, but it's nice to see that she's not just sitting up and sitting in. She's really pushing on now.
Yeah, she's putting the pressure on. We come back to group number 1, category 1. This is Jana Kalman at the on the left-hand side that we can see there. This group of riders are huddled together and looking pretty strong so far. There's some riders in here who may well decide that the Galibier climb for them today is a big opportunity. In that green jersey, Bridget Folensky was in green after the initial sprint. She looked very good there. Field also took some points in that intermediate sprint, but now we're starting to see the world champion coming to the front. Kate McCarthy is making sure that no one is able to jump away over the top of this climb. They are nearly there now. We're looking here at Gabriella Guerri, also Ashley Passio. Now, let's not forget here, Hayley, Ashley Passio is a former esports world champion sitting in this group and an incredible climber. She may well be the surprise rider on this Col de Galibier in this Sunday Race Club.
I can't wait to see Ashley ride the Col de Galibier climb today. Actually, she's really found her feet in the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club through August. You know, she's been racing a little bit more, and she's been really up there in the top kind of 4 or 5 riders. So I think this is a course that could really suit her, and I can't wait to see her go head to head with Kate McCarthy, Gabby Guerra, and Francesca Tomasi on the slopes of the Galibier.
Well, Tomasi now accelerates. Look at her go. Francesca Tomasi, there she is, really sprinting hard now, trying to beat Camilla Alberg to the top of the Queen of the Mountains. Going with her is the world champion, Kate McCarthy. McCarthy looking for the Queen of the Mountains points as well. Tomasi goes over the top. McCarthy in second place. The world champion is tracking everything that Francesca Tomasi does. The world champion doesn't want anybody to go away over the top of the climb in the same way that category 2 is unfolding a little bit. McCarthy now on the move. Confirmation that Tomasi took 5 points. McCarthy took 4. Then it's Gabby Guerra in third. Then Ashley Passio. Then Camilla Alberg in 5th place. I wonder whether things will settle down here or whether someone's going to attack. It looks like we're going to see a bit more of a settling down. You talked about the headwinds, the tailwinds, the side winds that we're dealing with here, and it is interesting to see that functionality in MyWhoosh and on the Sunday Race Club now. And we're able to see on our particular course profile the way that we're now going to go into side wind and then into a slight tailwind and then into a full tailwind as we come up here to the intermediate sprint, the second of our intermediate sprints, as Carmen Yao goes through ahead of Georgina Jones. That was a very close sprint between those two riders through that third sprint of the day. That is the Eiffel Tower sprint. We'll get confirmation
Yeah.
of that. And
Yeah, we
5 and
actually just
6
saw
have come together now.
we saw the coming together of the two categories at that sprint checkpoint. So Georgina Jones might have been second across the line, but she was the first Category 6 rider across the line. She looks like she's, so we've seen Juliana Agudelo in there as well. So the Category 6 riders are all mixed in with these Category 5s. Georgina Jones took it in Category 6 ahead of Agudelo, Bridget Bremner, Cynthia Hoyers and Liz Smithson. So those were the Category 6 riders. Whereas the Category 5 riders, we saw Carmen Yao, the first rider across the line, winning the sprint in Category 5, ahead of Schultz, Meckelberg in third, Kong in fourth, and Katie Cansara Jones in fifth. So I think now we've got a bit of a bumpy section coming up, and then we get onto the Col de Galibier climb, as we see Category 4 now also approach this sprint checkpoint. So the category is really coming together, and Angelina Rower again really accelerating out of the front of this group, timing that sprint very nicely, as we saw earlier on. Riding at 8 watts per kilo there just to get that gap, and now she settles because she knows that she's got clear air between her and the next rider at that sprint checkpoint. So that's another sprint in the bag there for Angelina Rower. Ahead of Natalia Andalou with 4 points, Gina De Gracia taking 3 points, Claudia Hyde taking 2 points, and Amy Loxley coming through in fifth for 1 point. And there you go. You can see the respect between the riders there, with them, giving each other these little kind of waves and thumbs up at various points in the race, just as that bit of encouragement.
It's good to see Angelina Rower there on the left-hand side when she went through that intermediate sprint. A nice smile from her. She's ridden superbly during today's race. Coming up now with Category 3 in the blue jerseys, and an acceleration now between Anna Russell and Brooke Donoghue at the head of the race as they sprint their way through. It's going to be very, very close between these two riders, Anna Russell and Brooke Donoghue, with Larissa Heiboer just behind as they went through that intermediate sprint. They settle down. We're going to get confirmation.
I can't see the current green jersey of Diana Corrales in there, and that obviously left the door open for maybe some of the other sprinters in Category 3 who made it over that first climb to kind of contest that third sprint checkpoint. And it was Anna Russell who took the 5 points ahead of Brooke Donoghue with 4, Larissa Heiboer with 3, Valentina Latriglia with 2 points, and Andrea Alzat with 1 point. And you can see some changes now going on as the riders have had to contend with that first climb before getting to the Eiffel Tower sprint.
Tanil Otto now takes over. Well, she's been superb in the intermediate sprints during today's race. Otto goes through in her category to take the maximum points. She has secured 15 points in this intermediate sprint competition for the green jersey during today's race. Christina Schneider in second place with Stephanie Briggs just behind, but there's been no holding back from Tanil Otto today, has there? She looks absolutely superb. Confirmation of 5 points.
So Lisa Hermansen, the last we saw the women's Category 2 race, Lisa Hermansen had pushed on a little bit after that first climb. Whether she sat up or the group worked behind to get her back, we're not sure, but she's obviously been swept back up by this pack. She's safely within this group. She crossed that sprint checkpoint in 16th place, I believe, but it was Otto who took the 5 points ahead of Schneider with 4, Briggs with 3, Mroz with 2, and Jennifer Real with 1 point. And it's nice to see Jen Real in there as well. She was Category 3 for the MyWhoosh Championships last month and was really, really strong in that Category 3. And she's now moved up to Category 2. And it's great to see riders moving between categories, moving up to a category above, and really getting stuck in with the racing, and not just not just kind of letting the race be brought to them. They're really contributing and showing their faces within the race. I think looking towards the climbs, we saw the Category 1 race take that Pont de Pierre climb, and we saw Francesca Tomasi just accelerate away a little bit to take the maximum 5 points. And I think it's interesting with that maybe Tomasi was trying to give herself a bit of a points buffer, because of course we've now got different points on the line for the climbs. So the Col de Galibier is obviously an oars category, climb. So there are more points on offer at that climb checkpoint. But Tomasi probably knows that she's in with a good shot of getting a good points tally on that oars category climb. So if she could actually, take some points early on the Pont de Pierre climb, then there's the chance that she, depending on how the rest of the points are distributed, she could potentially take that polka dot jersey. Kate McCarthy came through to take 4 points, and all eyes would say that maybe she'll probably take the 20 points at the Galibier. So at the end of the day, maybe Kate McCarthy will also take that polka dot jersey. But it was a nice kind of preemptive move from Tomasi. I think I like to see that.
Here comes our category 1 riders. They're at 22.9 kilometers of racing covered. We're heading towards the Eiffel Tower sprint with our front group in that the yellow jerseys. We can see the green jersey. We can see the world champion in there. Kate McCarthy up at the front, and everybody riding really well together, huddled together still. No one has broken away. It's going to be a very, very enticing final climb, because you've got some fantastic climbers in this front group of riders right now. Welcome to the Sunday Race Club. This is the traditional Sunday Race Club final. Welcome along if you've never watched for any of this racing before. It really is growing in popularity all the time. I can think back to the first time I commentated on the Sunday Race Club. There was just a few riders, but now you're looking at groups of 50 riders in the women's race in category 2, for example, and category 1 here very, very strong as we come up towards this intermediate sprint. A big acceleration now by Matilda Field as she jumps away to try and secure this green jersey sprint. Matilda Field looking strong. She took sprint number 2. She took the 5 points there. She didn't figure in sprint number 1. It was Bridget Falensky who was first across the line to take the 5 points. But now Matilda Field has really started to feel that she's strong in this Sunday Race Club today. Matilda Field now jumps away to take the maximum points through the intermediate sprint. She's secured some great sprints during today's race, taking the 10 points. But behind her, it's going to be Anna Svardström and Emily Sopers. Svardström has scored in each of the sprints. She scored 3rd place in sprint number 1, 2nd in sprint number 2, and she was 2nd this time, so she takes another 4 points. There's confirmation that Matilda Field takes 5, Svardström takes 4, Sopers takes 3, then Nicole Meyer, and then just behind taking 1 point was Jarmilo taking the final point there as things settle down towards the Col de Galibier.
I'm going to do some Matt's maths here in honor of Matt Payne. I'll try and do my Matt's maths, but because he's obviously on the mountain bike World Championships today. I think Matilda Field and Anna Svardström now actually both have 11 points in that sprint competition, because Tilly Field took 5 points at the Eiffel Tower sprint and the Pont de Bière sprint, and took 1 point at the Mont Saint-Michel sprint, leaving her on 11. Anna Svardström took 3 points at the Mont Saint-Michel sprint, 4 points at the Pont de Pierre, and then took 4 points just at the Eiffel Tower sprint. So we see Anna Svardström wearing that green jersey, but I believe that they both ended up with those 11 points at those sprint checkpoints. So that was a very closely contested sprint jersey within that women's category 1 race.
Well, we're going to see the confirmation of who takes it. We'll get that. We're 51 minutes through our group of riders there on the left-hand side. This is group 3. And on the right-hand side, we're seeing this acceleration now as we see a big increase in tempo from Matilda Field on the right-hand side. Matilda Field coming up there with a bit of an advantage now on the rest of the group on the right hand side after 41 minutes of racing. Field has decided to sprint away. She looks strong. There's a bit of an acceleration on the left-hand side. Emma Sonnerson is at the head of the race in that group of riders as she starts to make her way off the front in that group 5 on the left-hand side, group 1 on the right-hand side. Here we are with everybody just settling in now. 28.9 kilometers of racing have been covered. We're coming up to the Col de Galibier. We're about 800 meters now from the Galibier for that group of riders. And we can see here group 3 on the left-hand side as we see where everybody is, switching around of the different groups and what's happening with each of the different groups of riders on the different sections of the course.
What's interesting with this Col de Galibier climb is that the categorized climb that we're looking at for the kind of climbers checkpoint is the segment starts at 29.7 kilometers and goes to 38.14 kilometers. So that's the kind of categorized segment of this climb. However, we just saw the category 5 riders already on some gradients, and that's because the slope actually kind of the course starts going up around the 28-kilometer mark. They've got a little bit of ascent from 28 through to maybe 29 kilometers, and then a little flat section for maybe 700-800 meters before the kind of categorized descent starts. So they're actually already going uphill as early as 28 kilometers, and you could see those gradients already starting to bite within that category 5 race. When we come to the men's race later, they are also racing the Col de Galibier, but their kind of categorized segment of climb starts earlier in comparison to this women's race. So their categorized segment actually starts where the road starts going uphill around that 28-kilometer mark. So it's just slightly different in terms of what's been kind of categorized as the climbing segment for the men's and women's races today. And it's the same at the top of the climb, actually. The men's segment extends a little bit longer. They've got a much shorter distance between the climbing banner and the end of the race, whereas the women today have around 860 meters between the climbing banner and the finish line.
Looking down on category 1 then, there they are. They're at 27 kilometers. As Hayley outlined, they come up towards the Col de Galibier and they're going to start climbing in about a kilometre. It's really interesting to see the way the wind changes on this final climb as well, isn't it? We go from side wind, slight side wind with quite a lot of headwind on this final climb of the day as well. The course designers today, I don't think have been very kind to the riders, have they? There's been a lot of headwind. There's what, 15% of the course is in headwind today. It's quite hard. And then another 25% of it is in a slight headwind. So that's considerable in terms of the effort. And then adding the Galibier in at the end, that is a very, very tough course.
There is a lot of headwind on this Galibier climb today. There's basically no assistance whatsoever. There's maybe some tiny bits of slight tailwind early on, but it's predominantly crosswind, cross headwind, and then headwind. And so I rode this climb yesterday because I thought I'd get a bit of recon in ready for today. So after jumping off a plane yesterday morning, I did a spin. I don't think you could call it a spin when you go up the Galibier, but decided to ease my legs off by riding up this climb. And the first half of this climb, yeah, it was pretty tough. The first half of this climb, I actually had no wind either. There was no wind in this world yesterday, so at least I didn't have the headwind to contend with. But the first half is consistently around the 7% mark. And you've got that bit of headwind as well coming in on that steeper section, near the top of that steeper section. It then eases off a little bit, and you're looking more at around 5.5% in the kind of second half of the kind of categorized climbing segment. But then right near the top, it's very, very tough. You've got double-digit gradients. You've got 12, 13, up to about 14%, maybe even a little bit steeper. I was not entirely. I was just trying to get to the top, but you've got a
hanging
really,
on,
really
basically.
steep. Yeah, really steep kick near the top of this climb. So yeah, you've got hard gradients and also the wind to contend with. And unlike a lot of the climbs that we often see on the Sunday Race Club, where maybe there's steep sections and then flatter sections, or maybe even some little bits of descent on the longer climbs. You don't get this today on the Galibier. You've got no chance for any respite, no recovery. It's just uphill all the way.
Well, it's really going to sort out these groups. How do you envisage the group's going to look at the top of this climb? Is it going to be one rider here, one rider there? Do you consider that there might be groups of riders coming together to the top of this mountain?
No, I think maybe you might get groups of 2 riders, 3 riders, possibly, but I think it's going to be ones most of the way up. And that's a little bit what we saw with the July finals as well on the Yabble Her Feet course. You had individuals, you had ones, maybe twos in pretty much all of the categories. It was really split up, and I think you're going to get that. I think you're going to get exactly the same today. Maybe even, you know, even kind of just individuals throughout the categories. I don't think you're going to get big groups coming to the finish line together at all.
Well, let's see how that plays out. We can see there on the left-hand side, Lisa Hermansen, who's in the Queen of the Mountains jersey. There she is in the polka dots in the centre with those pink wheels glowing as she sprints her way up. Whilst we're on the climb now for the majority of the groups, just talk to us about the teams. We've got teams in every single category. We wanted to talk a little bit about the teams, but within MyWhoosh and the Sunday Race Club, for new viewers who are watching, the team classification is really significant and an important part of the community that we have here.
Yeah, the team community on MyWhoosh is incredible, and it's something that we've started to talk about on the podcast as well. And the team competition really comes into play in these monthly finals, because it's in these monthly finals where there's prize money on the line for teams. So teams can be between 3 and 5 riders, but it's the cumulative time of your top 3 riders that counts for that team classification. There's prize money for the top 7 teams in each category, so the competition is really fierce, especially as we look at category 2 here that have 10 teams this month on the start sheet. So 7 of those 10 teams will win prize money today. In some of the other categories lower down with fewer riders, you might only have 5 teams, but that doesn't make it any less competitive, because every team will be battling to try and win the top spot. And I think when you've got more riders in a team, it gives you a couple of cards to play, because if you have some sprinters who maybe, aren't kind of as thrilled with a long climb at the end of the course, they could potentially do some work early on to try and help the team. They could also go for sprint checkpoints, whereas the climbers on the team will really be conserving as much energy as possible to try and get the best possible time at the top of the climb. And the other thing that it means is that if a rider is starting to struggle a little bit, and maybe they're outside of the individual top 10, but they're still one of the top riders for their team, they keep pushing, they keep working, because at the end of the day, the main priority for most of these riders at this monthly final is finishing in the best possible time for their team classification. So, you never give up. You push all the way to the line, even if you're in 20th place individually, because every second will count for your team score.
Kate McCarthy, left-hand side there in the World Championship colours. In the group on the right as we look, you can see a World Championship jersey hanging there in the background. As she gets out the saddle again, just keeping that momentum going, clicking her way through the gears. So the team competition, very, very important. We've talked about the prize money, huge prize money on offer today for the women's and the men's category, both equal prize money in terms of the allowance that's on offer. And it means, Hayley, that if people are watching for the first time, that these riders can ride pretty much full time, some of them, in the terms of the prize money that they're able to win on the Sunday Race Club.
Yeah, you see the top riders in the category one for both the men and the women. They can afford to be full-time athletes. They can train, as the World Tour pros do, as we see on the road. They can really commit themselves because the opportunity that's given to them by MyWhoosh with this Sunday Race Club is really phenomenal, and I think it's something that maybe isn't appreciated as much. Like wildly everyone kind of watching the kind of the dedication and commitment that MyWish put into the sport is phenomenal, and it allows these athletes to really train as elite full-time athletes, and it's a great opportunity.
Yes, I think it's a massive opportunity and one that's not talked about enough. The fact that there is this community of riders. There are, in particular, in this first category group of riders, there are full-time pro athletes who are riding MyWhoosh every single Sunday, who are taking part in the World Championships and everything else. And it's very impressive the way that this community has grown, the way it has developed over the last few years. As I mentioned a little while ago, the first time that I commentated on the Sunday Race Club, there was a very, very small group of riders. Now it's nothing like that. It's a massive community of riders. The competition is very fierce. The prize money is big. We're talking a huge number of US dollars in terms of the prize money. And that is then trickling all the way through the different categories, giving people an opportunity to race their bikes on a Sunday in a safe environment, indoors. Some people out on their balconies, as we've seen on the left hand side when we've seen some shots of riders, some people in their garages. But across the world, it's an incredible community that's grown and is just getting stronger and stronger all of the time. And I think this is just going from strength to strength as we see category one on the right hand side. There's a real start of a move now going with Camilla Alberg, Gabby Guerra, Francesca Tomasi, Nicole Meyer, Ashley Passio, and Kate McCarthy, who are starting now to accelerate a little bit at the front of the race to try and win on the top of the Col de Galibier. They've covered 31.2 kilometers. We finish at 39 kilometers. But now you're starting to see here, Hayley, a really elite group of riders at the head of the women's race as they try now to push on and try and win on the top of the Galibier. And it's a concerted effort from Kate McCarthy at 6.6 watts per kilo as she tries to go clear now at the head of the race.
Yeah, so Kate McCarthy didn't start that move herself, but she was obviously attentive to it. And once the move went, then she's going to take it up. And Gabby Guerra, as we're used to seeing, is really kind of marking Kate McCarthy's wheel and trying not to let her get too much air. And I think that's what we'll continue to see on this Col de Galibier climb. Like you said, Ant, the community here is incredible. We've got 217 women on the start sheet today and 44 teams. You can see just how incredible that community is. And showing up now on the screen is this prize money. And like you said, the prize money trickles down all the way to category 6. So everybody on this Sunday Race Club has an opportunity to take home some prize money. There's prize money for the top 10 individuals. The monthly final, you've got team classification prize money for the top 7 teams. And then every checkpoint, every segment for the race, for the category 6, you've got $15 for first. And also for the climbing checkpoints, and then for the overall jersey too. And that's why we see all of these sprint and climbing checkpoints contested so fiercely. Even if riders can't take home the overall jersey, they can still contest those individual checkpoints because there's prize money on offer. And it's an incredible opportunity. And as we move up through category 5 and into category 4, you can just see how the prize money just gradually increases as you go through these categories. But the opportunity for the riders is amazing. And I think especially, my background as you know, as somebody who's ridden on all sorts of UCI road teams, from kind of top UCI teams to kind of the lower level, like British continental teams, but maybe can't offer salaries. It's a hard graft, and the fact that actually I could be unsalaried on a UCI continental team for several years, but then actually from the comfort or maybe discomfort of my own home every Sunday morning, I can contest such incredible prize money is a phenomenal opportunity, and something that maybe riders who haven't been in that situation themselves don't appreciate how much how great the opportunity is from MyWhoosh compared to some of these, continental UCI road teams. And
Well, I
up
think
here in
also when
category
you look at
one,
women's cycling, yeah, women's cycle in
yeah,
particular, if you look there, if you're a Cat 1 rider, you win today's race, you take home $2,000, you split the
yeah,
team classification of nearly $10,000. We're talking
yeah.
about we're talking in the UCI World Tour, you've got a big group of riders at the top who are earning a huge amount of money. But as you said, the riders who are further down haven't got that opportunity. If you take home on a Sunday $2,000, you split the team classification of $9,500. We've got in a total of 95,675 US dollars across the races today, which is a massive prize pot in terms of the different categories. This is a community, but it's also a sport in its own right now, as we see Kate McCarthy going on the attack, and it's giving opportunity, as you said, for athletes to develop and become athletes in their own right in a very specific sport that is growing and developing and becoming its own niche, but it's giving much more to its riders back immediately as Kate McCarthy really starts to hammer away here at the front.
And these are elite athletes. The riders at the top of these categories are properly elite athletes. They take everything just as seriously as some of the top road pros. The nutrition is on point, the training's on point, everything is a real commitment. But also, what I love about the Sunday Race Club and what I love about MyWhoosh is it gives opportunities to riders who would never be, even if they are elite level athletes, they wouldn't necessarily be given the opportunities by UCI teams within their nations, within other nations. They might be looked over, but they still have the opportunity, maybe because of their age or their experience or when they came into the sport or just their personal circumstances. But they're given the opportunity to really prove themselves as elite level athletes on the Sunday Race Club. And looking ahead towards the World Championships, we've got the semi-finals coming up really soon. And actually, in less than a week now, we have the first open qualifier for the semi-finals for athletes who haven't been selected by their national federations. We have that race coming up on the 5th of September. And what that means is that anyone who is on MyWhoosh who fulfills the requirements in terms of the power passport testing and things like that, anyone can compete to earn their spot at the World Championships. Anyone from the Sunday Race Club community, from the MyWhoosh community, could in theory be lining up for the World Championship final, could contest to win that World Championships in December. And that's because we have this open pathway to qualify for the semi-finals, which we've got two races, one on the 5th of September, one on the following Saturday, the 12th of September. And that opportunity is phenomenal. In what other cycling discipline can you say that somebody sitting at home today could in theory be world champion, without that kind of national federation selection process? In what other discipline do we have that where somebody could just decide, you know what, I think I could be world champion and I'm going to prove it, and I can go through the open pathways and potentially wear a rainbow jersey by the end of this year? It's phenomenal.
Yeah, it is phenomenal. And we saw in Abu Dhabi last year when we were both at the World Championships just what these athletes are like, the amount of intensity that they have to deal with in a World Championship final is absolutely incredible to watch. We saw Kate McCarthy last year win that world title in the women's discipline, and just watching her, the amount of preparation she has to put in, the intensity of the effort in that final race is just something quite special to watch. So keep an eye out for those open qualifiers as we look here on the climb. Kate McCarthy and Gabby Guerra are 41st and 42nd right now on the climb. They are starting to rip their way through the different groups. They're coming up to Barbara Bulawa on the left-hand side there. They go sprinting past her as though she's standing still. the speed at which McCarthy and Guerra are climbing the Col de Galibier is absolutely incredible. Look at them go as they work their way up the climb. They're 34 kilometers now from the top of the Col de Galibier.
And this is what we're used to seeing, isn't it? We're used to seeing these two riders, Kate McCarthy and Gabby Guerra, being ahead on these long climbs. And I think we'll see Gabby Guerra maybe try and put in a few attacks, trying to get ahead of Kate McCarthy. Kate McCarthy will respond, not let her get any air. And at some point on the slopes of this climb, those first two positions will be decided. And if it goes to the form book, we'll see Kate McCarthy ahead of Gabby Guerra. But it's cycling. You and I both know well enough that that anything can happen. But what I love seeing is if you look at that image on the top right hand side of the screen that's got the percentage, the slope, and the map of this climb, just those coloured dots, just absolutely everywhere on the slopes of the Col de Galibier, as all of the riders from all of the categories really fight their way up this climb. And at the moment, they're riding into a 14.4 kilometre an hour headwind on this particular section of climb.
Yeah, there we are. Left-hand side, McCarthy just spinning back a little bit there. Guerra trying to put the pressure on. On the right-hand side, we got Lisa Hermansen still looking strong in second place. It's Alice Lethbridge who is looking really strong at the front, with Amanda Poulsen also in category 2. These riders have emerged from the front. They've got an advantage on Serena Vittori in fourth place. So it looks like Alice Lethbridge, that initial acceleration we saw from her earlier on in the Pont de Pierre climb, she's certainly looking really strong here. But there's no holding back from Lisa Hermansen, is there, in that Queen of the Mountains jersey? She's been intent all day on trying to win this race. They're not too far from the top, actually. They're 35.4 kilometres through. They've got to get to 39 kilometres to go over the crest of the top of the final climb to the finish line, the Col de Galibier, and decide who's going to win this Sunday Race Club. It's going to be a real tussle, isn't it, between Guerra and McCarthy on the left, and these three riders on the right-hand side in category 2, Lethbridge, Hermansen and Poulsen, kind of tied together here in a proper battle as Hermansen tries to sprint away again with a little bit of an acceleration.
Yeah, I think we are seeing these small groups starting to form. We've got three riders at the front of this Category 2 race: Alice Lethbridge, Lisa Hermansen, and Amanda Poulsen. And they're all riders who've been recently been in Category 1, and they've moved down to Category 2. And we can now see them right at the front of this Category 2 race. And at the moment, they have an 18-second advantage over Serena Vittori, and then Kelsey Jade Van Shaw sitting in fifth, a further 10 seconds back. And we can really see that this race is properly splitting up. We've got twos and threes, but nothing really more than that. And although they are getting towards the top of this climb, which comes at 38.14 kilometers, the climbing banner, those few kilometers will take a little while to climb. So a lot can change depending on how they've chosen to distribute their effort.
Here's our next group of riders. 219 watts. This is Christine Schneider. She's in 15th place. Looking good as she looks for a bottle, trying to keep the hydration going. You've got to keep the hydration and keep the gels going in, haven't you, on this climb, as she gets caught by McCarthy and Guerra as they sprint through. Schneider gives them a little bit of a wave as they go past. That's a massive acceleration. Guerra's making life very, very hard for Kate McCarthy in this Sunday Race Club today. She is really putting the pressure on every single time. She looks like she's really ready for a victory at the top of the Col de Galibier on this Sunday Race Club. There's Guerra on the left-hand side.
Yeah, Christine Schneider just giving us a smile there, and it's nice to see her still smiling with so much climbing already under her belt. She was third last week in the qualifier 4 race for August, and watching her on the feed, she looked elated and a little bit surprised. And I always say with Christine that she's very humble. She shouldn't be surprised because she's a really strong rider and she's had some great results on the Sunday Race Club. But yeah, so she was third last week and looking strong today as well. So it's great to see her racing well on this climb today.
When we look at the different categories here, how were they decided? How are riders categorized?
So initially, when you first start on the Sunday Race Club, you do a power passport test. So the whole test takes about an hour. It tests different areas of your physiology, from a sprint up to a longer kind of 12-minute effort. And MyWhoosh then used the information from that power passport test to put you into an initial category. Um, there's then the dynamic movement between categories. So depending on your performances, you'll move up and down through the different categories. In August, we've had a new categorization system come in for testing. So we've seen a lot of movement in August throughout the various categories. And we've ended up with a very large category two, for example, in the women's race. But that kind of dynamic movement has meant that there's been a lot more kind of shifting of riders, which it's given some opportunities for riders to win some prize money in the different categories. And I think it's really shaken up the dynamics as well. And that's something that we'll talk about within the men's racing, because I think you've seen some really big changes within the top few categories of the men's racing as well. And it's changed a little bit how the different categories approach the various races. So it'll be interesting to see going forward what happens with kind of that new testing system. And actually, you can see on your screens now, Kate McCarthy and Gabby Guerra are coming right to the front of this race. They're now in sixth and seventh. There are just the kind of top few riders in the category two field ahead of them as they work their way through this group. There's a little group of category two riders that have formed just behind them, and they're now working their way up to Kelsey Van Shaw, Serena Vittori, and I think Kate McCarthy and Gabby Guerra will be the first riders to finish this race today. They've got a few kilometres remaining of this infamous Col de Galibier climb.
Yeah, they're only 1 minute 19 seconds away from these riders now, so they are coming back very, very quickly. But we should just, we looked at the prize money, we should just confirm that there's a winner in each category, isn't there, Hayley? You've got, it doesn't matter whether you're category one or category six, you'll be a winner, and you can, as we see Guerra, just with another big acceleration of 8 watts per kilo now as she tries to go away.
Yeah, she accelerated up to 8 watts per kilo. Kate McCarthy then kicked up at 9 watts per kilo, not letting Gabby Guerra get any ground on this climb. Kate McCarthy's just watching her, and making sure that she does not let Gabby Guerra get a wheels kind of air ahead of her on this climb.
Guerra looking very composed on the left-hand side when we just saw her there. Front of the race as far as on the climb is concerned, Alice Lethbridge and Amanda Poulsen out the head of the race now in category 2 as they continue. Behind them, Lisa Manson on the climb, Kelsey Jade Van Shaw, and then Serena Vittori. And just behind them is Guerra and Kate McCarthy. They're at 56 seconds now by the looks of things. They're not too far away from the very, very front, having done an incredible climb so far. These two riders, a little bit of stalemate for a moment as they continue to put on the pressure. We see the riders out the saddle a lot, don't we, on their bikes when we go back to them on the screens in their pain caves. And is that a technique
Yeah.
that the riders use most of the time?
It's a technique that you do see a lot from a lot of the top riders. I think even more so in the men's. When we were obviously in Abu Dhabi last year at the World Championship, we spoke about it. Just the amount of time that they spend out of the saddle. It's almost, in a way, it's almost a different sport to some of the road cycling. Just the upper body strength is maybe even more than you see for some of the top world tour pros, because they spend so much time out the saddle, like really using every opportunity, every muscle to try and get as much power down as possible. It's a technique that I don't do so much, but probably because of my background within the sport and just how I ride. But certainly these real top esports specialists are so impressive to watch. And now we see Kate McCarthy making her move. We've seen Gabby Guerra kicking before on this climb. She's been attacking Kate McCarthy, and now it's Kate McCarthy's chance, Kate McCarthy's opportunity to put in her own attack and see if she can distance Gabby Guerra a little bit, because they're actually running out of road a little bit at the top of this climb. They're at 37.9 kilometers. This course ends at 39. And it's nice to look at that map in the top right hand corner, because you can see that yellow finish arch on that little loop right at the top of this climb, that the road goes nowhere but to the top. And what's important to note is how steep the final 500 meters of this climb is. They're now back to a steeper section. They're at 8.7%, and it only gets steeper from here. And the category 2 race, meanwhile, you've got Alice Lethbridge and Amanda Poulsen really stuck together at the front of this race, which we've seen for the last couple of kilometers now. Those two have really kind of put themselves in those first two positions. They're only about 150 meters away from the climbing checkpoint. And then from then, they'll have another 860 meters to that finish arch.
Yeah, they're looking really strong now. They're not actually that far away from the top of this Col de Galibier. They may well hold on and be the first riders to the finish line. This is going to be very, very close. Guerra and McCarthy are riding well, but they are coming back quickly, but they're not quite there yet. Only 500 meters now to the very end of this race. They're almost at the top of the checkpoint for the Col de Galibier. Comes up at 38.7. So we're 200 meters now from the top of the climb as Lethbridge and Poulsen continue with this effort. Lethbridge has looked really strong on the climbs today. Poulsen going with her. Now it's down to which of these two riders win in category 2 at the top of the Col de Galibier. We look down from the shot right now. The pressure is on. There is the Queen of the Mountains, and it is Lethbridge who wants the Queen of the Mountains jersey. There's going to be 20 points on offer for the first rider across the line, 17 for second. So it is Lethbridge who takes it ahead of Poulsen. She looked really strong. She puts the Queen of the Mountains jersey on, and just behind, McCarthy and Guerra are sprinting their way across now to those two riders. McCarthy goes through the Queen of the Mountains point. She takes 20 points, 17 points to Guerra, and now it's all about the top of the Col de Galibier and who wins the race.
Yeah, they're really approaching the top of the climb quickly now, but they are onto the steep slopes. They're in double digits. It's getting hard. And you can see now there's hardly any time at all between Guerra and Kate McCarthy, who are leading the category 1 race, and Poulsen and Lethbridge leading the category 2. I think Kate McCarthy and Gabby Guerra are going to get onto the back wheels of these two category 2 riders right near the top. And then it'll be interesting to see whether either of the category 2 riders try and hold the wheels of Guerra and McCarthy, just to see if they can get any sort of advantage coming up to the line. Of course, drafting is really minimal at these gradients. You don't really see the drafting that well, but the category 2 riders now have the opportunity to try and kick onto the back wheels. As Kate McCarthy was gapped a little bit by Gabby Guerra, but now she counters. She's going for the sprint banner, and Kate McCarthy is going to outkick Gabby Guerra right at the top of this climb to take the win on the Col de Galibier, the first time that the Sunday Race Club has been in France. And the category 2 race has also come through at the top. So we'll wait to see what happened at the finish line for them. Francesca Tomasi, meanwhile, has opened up a bit of a gap over Alberg. So Tomasi is going to come through to take 3rd place on the Col de Galibier. It looks like Camilla Alberg will be behind in 4th. So we have the 1, 2, 3 from the World Championships as the 1, 2, 3 on this Col de Galibier today. And what a phenomenal race we are seeing on the Col de Galibier. They've really put on a spectacle, really put on a show for the first time racing in France on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. And just confirmation, it was Amanda Poulsen who took the win in Category 2 ahead of Alice Lethbridge, with Kelsey Van Shaw in third. And we're now watching Lisa Hermansen cross the line in fourth. What a ride from Lisa Hermansen. She really attacked that first climb, took a bit of an opportunity to try and get a gap, and then she rode her own pace up this Col de Galibier climb, and she's come across in fourth place today in the women's Category 2, and that's a great race from her.
Yeah, a really spectacular finish to the Sunday Race Club for women there, with Kate McCarthy just sprinting away in that first category race to take the victory at the top of the Col de Galibier here in France for the very first time. Fantastic racing. Here's the overall result. Kate McCarthy wins in 1 hour, 15 minutes and 6 seconds ahead of Gabby Guerra in second place. Then behind them, you could see there Tomasi, Alberg, Kulczynski. Those are the riders who were making their way up to the top. And then it was Nicole Meyer there in sixth place, with Amanda Poulsen winning the second category competition. Ashley Passio there in seventh place. So she didn't produce the climb we might have anticipated. Ashley Passio finishing there in seventh as we run through the various riders. But it's Kate McCarthy who looked very, very strong at the top of that climb ahead of Gabby Guerra. But it was very, very close, 0.703 between the two riders at the top of the Col de Galibier here in that Sunday Race Club. A very impressive performance from both those riders, racing through and catching all of the groups in front of them. There's Lisa Hermansen there in 14th place, a rider who figured very heavily in the Sunday Race Club today. Well, from Hayley Simmons and me, Anthony McCrossan, thanks for watching. We're going to be back with the men's race. And just to give you an idea of the time, we'll be back with that, the men's race starting at in around about 50 minutes time. We'll be back in about 40 minutes time with the build up to the race. Hello and welcome to the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. This is the monthly final race as we get ready to welcome the riders onto the start line for the men's race. I'm Ant McCrossan. Thank you for joining me here. Alongside me during the race is going to be Hayley Simmons, a regular Sunday Race Club rider who has just finished silver medalist in the World Championship Grand Fondo time trial. Well, today we're going to be in France. We've just had the women's race in France. It's the first time that the men have raced the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club final in France itself. It's going to be a challenging course, 1,080 meters of climbing for the men today, 55.6 kilometers in total that they face, including the intermediate sprints along the way at Mont Saint-Michel and the Eiffel Tower, and also the climbs at Pont-de-Pierre and the Col de Galibier, which will bring the riders 11.1 kilometers from the base to the top at the end of what is going to be, for sure, a very tricky race to contend during the coming kilometers that we're going to enjoy. As you can see, the weather conditions are pretty good. The wind is at 14.4 kilometers an hour, but there is a lot of side wind and there's a lot of headwind on today's course. Over, what's that, 57% of the race is in headwind or side wind. And if you add in the slight headwind sections as well, you're adding another 26% of the time. So not only have we got the climb of the Galibier to deal with, we've also got to toil our way into headwinds and side winds most of the time. There's the profile. We're going to get ready to take a little look at the categories of riders. We're going to let you digest the various different categories, 6 different categories going to take to the race start. Alongside me for today's race is Hayley Simmons. Hayley, good day to you. And here we are with the various different categories of riders going through all the way to category 1, and a chance for us today over this 55.6 kilometers to get to know these riders pretty well.
Yeah, we've got 383 riders lining up this morning and 66 teams spread across these 6 categories of riders. In category 6, which we just saw flash up, we've got 64 riders on the start sheet and 9 teams. And you can now see the category 5 riders flashing up ahead of you on your screens. There are 59 riders in category 5 today, 10 teams. A little bit of movement in category 5 today, but not much. Just one rider coming up from category 6 to join the category 5 ranks. In category 4, it's another big category, 84 riders with 15 teams. I think that's our biggest race category today. 3 riders have come down from category 3 above. And actually today in category 4, I think you've got to be looking at Niall Batty to take the win, because you've got to say, with such a long climb at the end of the route, this course is really made for him. And he did win the July finals on another big climbing course. So watch out for him in category 4 today. Category 3, we've got 66 riders on the start sheet, 12 teams. So we've got a lot of competition within all of these categories today. Category 3, another very strong race category. I think you're going to see Peak Power Racing do pretty well. They won in the July finals. So in terms of the teams, you've also got a lot of competition in all of the race categories. Category 2 has been shaken up a lot by some of the recent movements of riders. You've got 71 riders on the start line today in category 2, 11 teams, 2 riders coming up from category 3, 1 moving down from category 1. But there's been a lot of movement in and out of this category all month. So you've got some really strong riders that will be competing in category 2. And I think the dynamics of category 2 have changed a little bit with some of these movements, and that's something that we'll talk about later. Category 1, our elite category of races today, 39 riders, 8 teams, 1 rider coming up to join the ranks from category 2. And, as always, we're looking at Jason Osborne today. Jason Osborne and Ollie Jones have been top 2 riders in a lot of August, and it'll be interesting to see if Ollie can be on Jason's wheel again at the end of today's race at the top of the Galibier climb.
Thanks, Hayley. Let's take a look here at category 6. As they get going, their first appointment will be the intermediate sprint at 6.5 kilometers of racing at the Mont Saint Michelle. That's where they will make their way onto that intermediate sprint. So we'll look forward to seeing who takes that. We're going to see all the different riders make their way off the start line. As Hayley said, it's a massive group of riders today in this Sunday Race Club. 383 riders. Hayley is absolutely exceptional as we just watch Category 6 spinning away.
Yeah, we always joke that Category 6 often go off as though it's, maybe a kilo race rather than a 55.6 kilometer mountain epic. And it's maybe been a bit more controlled today. It hasn't been quite so hot out of the pens, but there are still a couple of riders already just struggling a little bit off the back and trying to get back in touch with this Category 6 bunch before we get to that first sprint checkpoint. The checkpoints are distributed a little bit differently in the men's race today compared to how the women's race was. In the women's race, we saw 2 early sprints ahead of the first climb, which meant that the sprint jersey could actually be secured before any climbing was done. Today, in the men's race, we've got 2 sprints in total and 3 climbs, and the 2 sprints are separated by that Pont de Pierre climb. So any riders with ambitions to take home the sprint jersey are going to have to get over that Pont de Pierre climb with the leaders. So it's going to be interesting to see how the slightly different distribution of checkpoints makes a difference in terms of the way that this race is tackled by the men.
Well, today for the men, there's only 2 intermediate sprints. Earlier on in the women's race, we saw 3 intermediate sprints. So not too much to actually decide this actual jersey. As we see Luke Allport there on the left-hand side, getting himself started. He's the leading rider, right at the head of the race, sprinting away very strongly.
I was going to say morning, Luke, but it's actually evening, I think, where he is. But great to see him taking this race on. He listened to me, obviously, when I said that it had been a more sedate start for the Category 6 riders today, and he's now attacking this at 5.3 watts per kilo. So getting a bit of a head start on that Category 6 race as we see the final seconds count down for Category 5, and they are also out of the pen and ready to take on this 55.6 kilometre route in France.
Category 5 get going in those turquoise jerseys, or is it Celeste? I'm not too sure. We'll decide on the colour as they go sprinting away. Nice strong start, 390 watts at the front for Franklin Vergara, 2.8 watts per kilo he's putting out just when he sprinted away. Now overtaken though as the rest of the riders start to come round him and just form up this peloton. As Hayley said, 59 riders in this group, so they're just going to settle themselves down, get themselves going. That first sprint comes up very, very early at 6.5 kilometres. There's David Young there on the left-hand side, sporting the headband. Nice wave from him. There he is. Keep going, David. Great performance in the early stages.
Yeah, I love that we're seeing such an epic course. I'm going to use the word epic because I really think that this course today is accurately described by that word. Monthly finals is always a spectacle. It's always, the kind of thing that you're working towards all month. It's the reason that you get your qualification races in, and to celebrate August with the first time we've raced in France and with such an iconic climb at the end of this route, it's going to be a great showdown. We saw great racing in the women's races a little bit earlier. Of course, if you missed that, tune in, go onto the YouTube channel, re-watch the women's race. It was a great one. And I think we're going to be treated to a similar show from all of our men's races today.
Just remind us then, so riders have competed to get into this final. Just for new viewers, how does that actually work? How do you get here in the first place?
So anyone can race in the monthly finals. You can race as an individual, but if you want to be part of a team for the monthly final, which is, what everybody really aspires to. We've spoken on the women's show about how important the community is and how important the teams are. To be part of a team in the monthly final, you have to have completed 2 qualification races through the month. So on a 4-week month, there will be 3 qualification races and then the finals. On a month where you have 5 Sundays, you'll get 4 qualification races and 1 finals. So there are numerous opportunities to kind of complete your qualification races and be part of that team lineup in the monthly finals. And remember, MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club, 52 weeks a year, there's a race every single Sunday. It's completely unique in that aspect, and it's great because if you have a bad race one week, you've got 7 days and you can give it another shot. So there's always opportunities every week on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club.
Group 4 are underway then. Here they are, Category 4, sprinting away. Nick Squilari is there on the left-hand side in his pain cave, just keeping himself spinning away in the early stages for Category 4. Got to keep yourself nice and cool there, Nick, and 4.1 watts per kilo as he concentrates hard on the early stages. Is there a technique then, Hayley, to be able to sit in the group? How do you just sit there and make sure that you are keeping up with the group and making sure that you're alongside the rest of the riders in your category?
I think getting to grips with the dynamics is something that that can't be underestimated. Actually, you really need to kind of do a couple of races to get to grips with it and work out how to use your energy and how to be in that draft. So actually, as we watch these riders, you can see that power number at the moment that we're seeing, if it's in green, as we're seeing at the moment for Leonardo Graziani, that means that he is in the draft, and you've got those 3 chevrons just to the right hand side of that power number, and that shows you that he's in maximum draft. Then when it drops, good morning Leonardo Graziani there in his pain cave. Nice to see you. Good job at sitting in a great position there so far. So taking advantage of the draft. If the number goes black, he is out of the draft. So it's a real skill to make sure that you're conserving energy when you can and getting that maximum draft. But it's not easy. It's a lot easier said than done. And it's something that takes some practice. And I think a lot of riders coming onto the Sunday Race Club for the first time maybe underestimate how difficult it can be and how much practice it can take to take advantage of that draft. Thanks to everyone giving us a shot inside your pain cave.
That's great. Category 3, as we get started, we're looking at Wouter Clays here as we get going, who's sitting in the slipstream through the first little twists and turns of this course in Category 3. 66 riders, 12 teams in Category 3 as they get going, sprinting away. There's the heart rate of Luis Andrade with 143 beats a minute. There he is, Luis. Just keeping an eye on what's happening. Nice wave from him.
Morning, Luis.
Good day to him. He's going well.
So Wouter Clays, who we were just in with right at the start, he was second in last week's August qualifier 4 race. It was a group of 11 at the head of that race at the finish line. The race was won by Rick van Urk, and Rick van Urk has now moved back up to Category 2. So Wouter Clays is the highest positioned rider from last week's qualifier that's in this Category 3 race. But of course, it's a very different course. Last week we were on the 4 Cities course, I believe, for the men's race in qualifier 4. Very different profile, a lot less elevation, but you know, he's clearly on good form. And we see Patrick Bloom there on our screens at the moment, just keeping himself nicely positioned in the draft, well in the draft of this men's Category 3 race this morning. So just keeping an eye on the front of the race and making sure he's well positioned, just in case anybody does decide to accelerate a little bit at the front of this men's Category 3 bunch.
He was up at 4 watts a kilo there when we were watching him, just spinning away, sitting in the draft. As Hayley mentioned, the green says you are, the black says you're not. So Mariusz Czukerski has finally got himself into the draft at 290 odd watts and drops out of it again, sitting down there in 14th place. There's an opportunity now to see these riders coming up to the first of our intermediate sprints, and it's Luke Allport at the front ahead of Alex Lark. It's going to be very close between these riders now as they go for the first sprint. Luke Allport sprinting well. It's going to be a long way out though. He's still got a little bit of a distance to go. Alex Lark challenging on the right hand side as we look. Lark now goes ahead. Great sprint from these two riders. Lark coming out of the slipstream now and powering his way towards the gantry. Alex Lark is going to secure the first intermediate sprint in Group 6. And he might just have
Luke
been
Allport
caught
really
just
took
on
that
the
on.
line.
Luke Allport took that on really early, and then Alex Lark kind of marked him a little bit and then accelerated past him at 10 watts per kilo. And but the riders came up fast from behind, so it was a very hotly contested sprint in the end, with Alex Lark crossing the line first to take 5 points, Jürgen Sommerer taking 4 points, Matt Smithson with 3 points, Joshua Calling-Ad with 2 points, and Magnus Wickland coming through in 5th place for 1 point. So that's one of 2 sprints already completed for this men's category 6 field. So one more sprint to go at the iconic Eiffel Tower, and that will actually already tie up the sprint classification for this race.
Here's category 2. They're out on the road now, and they're riding the early stages as they come up to the first part of the little rise in the early stages of this race. They've done 700 meters. This is Trojanowski. Marcin is there on the left-hand side, out the saddle. As we mentioned the technique a little while ago, we start to see the men out the saddle a lot, Hayley, a lot more than we do in the women's racing.
Yeah, the men really do have this very different kind of technique compared to what we see on the road, where they spend a lot of time out the saddle, just really getting as much force down onto the pedals as they possibly can. Obviously, we've said that draft in the game is important, but it's not something that they don't need to worry about how much air resistance their bodies out of the saddle are producing, so they can ride in this powerful out of the saddle position on their home trainers and really just get as much force down as possible.
Here's our sprint coming up for this rider, Christian Velez. He's at 9 watts per kilo. As we look on the left-hand side, and we can see the Category 1 riders about to go. They've got 16 seconds. The world champion there, Jason Osborne, in that rainbow jersey. But Christian Velez is still the leader as we head towards this intermediate sprint. Ola Warren we're looking at here, trying to come back. Ola Warren in second place, just 2 seconds behind, but it is Christian Velez who's going to be the first rider to get to the line here and take the intermediate sprint, crossing the line for Category 5 ahead of Ola Warren in second place.
That was a long sprint by Velez there. I think Ola Warren is someone that we know is a very strong sprinter, but I think he realised that maybe the gap was just a little bit too big, especially given that it's into a headwind or quite a lot, mostly headwind this first sprint. So I think he realised the gap was too big, but obviously there is another sprint opportunity coming up at the Eiffel Tower. So it was Christian Velez taking 5 points ahead of Ola Warren with 4. You've then got Werner Aravena with 3, Jose Bonilla with 2, and Pavelis Siliakinas coming through with 1 point there in the men's Category 5 race for this first sprint checkpoint.
Category 1 is underway now. There they are, looking down from that aerial shot as they start to get going. They've only covered the first 600 meters. Christoph Kroll right at the front with Ollie Jones. Bjorn Andreasen is also there, so is Jason Osborne in that World Championship jersey. The early moments of this race as everybody just settles down into the rhythm as we go to the right hand side, and we see this rider sprinting away, looking for the intermediate sprint. Nicholas Glavac is the rider who is on the attack right now. Juan Restrepo in second place and Juan Zulaga in third place right now. So it's Nicholas Glavac who's going away to try and secure this intermediate sprint, and he's been sprinting for a long time. The gantry can't come quick enough. Nicholas Glavac looks like he's going to secure it. He's 6 seconds ahead of Marcin Malas in second place, but he looks like he's outwitted the rest of the opposition in his category, and he'll get across the line in first place. There we are, across the line. Nicholas Glavac, the rider who takes the intermediate sprint.
Yeah, what we're seeing actually in a lot of these men's races so far at this first sprint is that maybe 1 or 2 riders are trying to take their opportunity to kind of get ahead of the rest of the field and take the sprint points. But otherwise, the group is staying mostly together. And I think that's because they know the difficulty that's coming up in this course, and they don't want to use the energy too early on. So Nicholas Glavac took that opportunity, got a bit of a gap on the rest of the field to take the maximum points at that sprint checkpoint, ahead of Francis Pino in second, Marcin Malas in third, Olivier Behenya in fourth, and Juan Roas in fifth. So that was those were the points allocations at that first Mont Saint-Michel sprint checkpoint. And this is a somewhat familiar sight of seeing Aidan Sinclair really taking the bull by the horns, and he's opened up a 12-second gap already on this men's category 3 field. So he's got another 1,100 meters to go, just about a kilometer now to go to that first sprint checkpoint. And with 15 seconds, it looks pretty nicely set that he's going to time trial his way now to that checkpoint and take the maximum points at that first sprint at Mont Saint-Michel.
He tends to go out and do this early, doesn't he?
Yeah, Aidan Sinclair's a rider that he's not afraid to race. You know, we talk about riders who move between the categories and maybe go up into a category above and don't just kind of sit in and let the race kind of be dictated to them. They play an active part in the racing themselves, and that's something that I love to see, and it's something that we see Aidan Sinclair do. He always takes on the race and animates it, and that's what makes great racing and great viewing. So it's great that we have that kind of entertainment brought to us by these riders.
Yeah, absolutely. We like to see that the way that they take on the course, all the tactics are different. We look at Aidan Sinclair there, whose advantage now on the group behind is 15 seconds. He's starting to really open up a nice advantage with McKinnon, Simmons and also Castano. But they are doing their best to come back at him, but he's now freewheeling his way across the line. Aidan Sinclair in that dark blue jersey across the line first, with now the sprint between Castano and Olivier Simons, those two riders in second and third place to secure the points.
Yeah, Ollie Simmons had a great race last week actually in the August qualifier 4 race. He finished in third place, so his form is clearly very good, and you know, he just showed that by out sprinting Castano at that first sprint checkpoint. So he took 4 points. Obviously Sinclair crossing the line first to take 5. Castano came through in third for 3 points, McKinnon for the 2 points, and Christensen taking 1 point. So 1 sprint done, 1 sprint to go for categories 6, 5, 4 and 3.
Yeah, the second sprint though is quite a long way away, isn't it? 27.5 kilometers we need to reach the Eiffel Tower. This is Trojanowski.
Men's category 2, we've already seen a split in this field. We've got a leading group of 5 riders with a 23-second advantage over the rest of the category 2 field at the moment. So this is a bit of a shake-up in the men's category 2 race, I think, and not necessarily what I expected to see on this particular course. But, you know, clearly some riders wanting to get a bit of a head start, and Marcin Trojanowski is trying to get a head start on the rest of these riders to get to that sprint banner first. So they're in the final 500 meters before they reach this banner, and obviously the points are going to be swept up by these 5 riders in the leading group. And we can see Trojanowski and also Mendakowicz on our screens there, getting a shot into the pain cave as we watch these riders fight it out for maximum points at this first sprint banner.
Mendakowicz there in the bottom left in the red as he sprints now to try and get himself up and win the sprint. What a sprint from him as he goes past. So they catch the leader and it's going to be very, very close. What a fantastic final sprint there by Mendakowicz.
Yeah, thumbs up from
yeah, great
thumbs
ride.
up from Mendakowicz there. Well deserved. Definitely deserved that thumbs up. We're giving them back to you from our commentary positions. That was brilliantly timed. 15 watts per kilo, I think I saw him kick at there to overhaul the rest of that leading group of 5 riders to take maximum of 5 points. It was Sami Piatilla who came through for 4 points, Trojanowski, who had originally led out that sprint, taking 3 points, Ramirez with the 2 and Marquez with 1 point.
Well, I think Trojanowski would have been a little bit shocked then at that acceleration to be beaten. We look down here then on the group of riders. This is category 1. What a group of riders we've got here. Such talent in category 1. As we take a look here at Roger Gussen, who's got his jersey flailing in the wind, as you can see, just trying to keep himself as cool as possible. But what a spread of talented riders in category 1 here, Hayley. This is going to be a real tussle on this Sunday Race Club today, as we see the first rider just trying to accelerate away to take this intermediate sprint.
Yeah, they've still got 800 metres to go for this first intermediate sprint, and it is mostly into a headwind. So it's a long old sprint if you go early, but some riders just trying to take that bit of an opportunity just to really show themselves at the head of this race early on, because I think when we get to the finale, it'll be probably business as usual with the likes of Jason Osborne on that final climb. But for now, we've got Ruben Dont, the sprint king really on Sunday Race Club, holder of 40-odd sprint jerseys. He's trying to challenge Paul Skierski for this first sprint checkpoint. Skierski currently has 2 seconds gap, and Ross Fawcett, who's a recent addition to the men's category 1 field, he's in contention as well, just 1 second behind Dont at the moment, and going to pick up some points at this first sprint checkpoint. So well done for really getting stuck in, Ross Fawcett. Good morning to you.
Yeah, Ross Fawcett really putting on the pressure there. Takes 3rd across the line, so it was Skierski and Dont. Ruben Dont. There's confirmation then that Pavel Skierski took the 5 points ahead of Ruben Dont in 2nd. Ross Fawcett with a great effort in 3rd place. Fabio Ullnors in 4th place with the 2 points. And Hayden Pucker takes the final 1 point as our category 2 riders make their way across the line. Category 1 getting close now. 39 riders in that front group in those yellow jerseys. Looking good.
So
there they are, catching one of the category 2 riders.
43 sprint jerseys on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club for Ruben Dont, but he was outkicked to the line in that first sprint by Paul Skierski. So I would expect to see those 2 riders also contesting the second sprint when we get to the Eiffel Tower at 27.5 kilometers. So it'll be interesting to see what happens there. But we had 35 riders all together in that men's category 1 race at that first sprint, with just 1 rider slightly tailed at 16 seconds off the back. And Bjorn Andreasen is taking his opportunity to maybe get a little distance up the road. So he's currently riding at 7.5 watts per kilo. Christoph Kroll was looked less keen to let him go. So I think we're going to see this coming back together. But I suspect that what we'll see in this men's category 1 race is a couple of riders trying to take the opportunity to get little bits of a gap and get a bit of an advantage on Jason Osborne before we get to this final climb.
Yeah, the tactics are really important, aren't they? Mikhail Kaminski there, the silver medalist in the World Championships on the left-hand side. You've really got to think about, how do you beat Jason Osborne? How do you get onto the climb? Do you get a little bit of an advantage? Do you risk it that way? Do you wait and try and beat him on the climb? Is that at all possible? There's so many different question marks over how these riders can beat the world champion in this Sunday Race Club today, as Bjorn Andreasen again goes stamping on the pedals, tries to go away. Hayden Pucker is in 2nd place, and there is Osborne. He's just tracking everything. There's no holding him back, is there? Jason Osborne, the world champion, 32 years of age, rode in the World Tour on the road for the Alpecin de Koning team at the time, and then surprised everybody by saying, I don't want to do this anymore. I'm going to go back and I'm going to ride MyWhoosh. I'm going to ride the Sunday Race Club. I'm going to take part in gravel. I don't want to ride on the road anymore. And I think everybody was a little bit shocked when he did that, because he was a tremendously powerful rider in the World Tour. As we see shots there of Ollie Jones, Lionel Vujasin, Daniel Turek there as well on the bottom right-hand side, getting a chance to see their pain caves this afternoon. I'm interested the way they've set their cameras up as well. Ollie Jones, what a perfect shot right across his pain cave.
Yeah, we get some good side-on shots of Ollie in these Sunday Race Club races. We get to see his sprints very nicely. Saeed Safrizadi also on our screens there, and he's a rider that actually I'm going to be keeping an eye on today because this kind of course really suits him. We've said it before when we've been on courses like the Jebel Hafeet. So Saeed finished third on the Jebel Hafeet course at the end of July, and this is quite a similar kind of finishing profile with a long climb, and that's the kind of race that really suits Saeed. So he's a rider that I'm definitely going to be watching and seeing how he goes at the end of today's race. But it's category 1 has changed a little bit this month in terms of what we see in the time gaps. So on that Jebel Hafeet course, Jason won by 1 minute and 29 seconds over Ollie Jones. Some of the time gaps that we've seen in August have been a bit smaller. There's not been that kind of over 1 minute advantage for Jason at the end of the courses. Now, some of that might be to do with the course profile and the fact that we've seen slightly punchier courses in August so far, but also the movements between categories and the introduction of some new riders up into category 1 from category 2, I think has changed the dynamics a little bit. It's changed the way that the racing is happening. And I think it has shaken things up a little bit. So I'm curious to see what sort of time gaps we're going to get at the top of the Galibier, especially in the men's category 1 race, and to see whether it reverts to what we would expect with a long climb or whether we get smaller time gaps like we have done in the rest of August.
On the right hand side are category 6 riders. They've been going up the Pont-de-Pierre
first climb.
Onto that, 16.5 kilometers. They've just reached it, so they're going to make their way up to the top of the Pont-de-Pierre climb. They reached the top at 17.8 kilometers of racing. So another 1.3 kilometers to the top. In fact, they're now 900 meters from the top of that particular climb. Quite a tough little ascent, Hayley. 4.2%, takes you up to 55 meters above sea level. So a little punchy climb for the riders to face now.
Yeah, and they do it twice, and you can see the effect it's having if you look at the map on the top right-hand side of the screen. As we see the shots inside of the pain cave and the effort on the face of Magnus Viklund there as he, really tries to get down every ounce of power and see if he can crest this climb first. But you can see that the riders are really strung out in this men's category 6 race. So, the riders that are kind of towards the back end of that tail are going to be just gritting their teeth and trying to stay in contact and hoping that the pace eases a little bit once they go over the top and that they can get a little bit of recovery in the 9.7 kilometers that follow before they head to this Eiffel Tower sprint. And at the moment it looks like Viklund is maybe going to overthrow Santos towards the top of this climb. They're right at the top now, approaching the banner, and Viklund is really put the pressure on there to kind of get ahead and try and take the points at this first of 3 climbing checkpoints on this course today.
Yeah, there's a lot of climbing on today's race. 1,080 meters of climbing in 55.6 kilometers is a lot of climbing. So the riders then with Kozanski there on the left-hand side in 4th place on the climb. It's going to be a big sprint for the top of the first climb of the day. It's going to be very close, but Vincent Cerdran is the rider who goes across the line first. Vincent Cerdran is the first rider. He takes the King of the Mountains jersey initially ahead of Magnus Viklund. There's confirmation of the points. Cerdran with 5 points, Viklund with 4, Santos with 3, Kozanski with 2, and Lark took 1 point. A great sprint there at the top of that climb.
Yeah, it really was. Cerdran rode that really nicely. He didn't stick his nose out at the front for a lot of that climb, and then we just saw him appear right at the top when it mattered. He edged in front of the other riders and just took that climbing checkpoint first. That was really nicely ridden, and he's one of the riders that I had marked on my category 6 list to watch out for today. So it's a good early indication that he's feeling good and that he's maybe quite confident of his chances in France this morning or this afternoon, depending on exactly where you are in the world.
Well, let's see how he does. Category 5 now at 17.1 kilometers. There's 700 meters from the top of this first climb of the day, the Pont de Pierre climb. Then it's down towards the Eiffel Tower sprint, a few rocks and rolls along the way. The Pont de Pierre climb again before we go on to the Galibier for the final rise. Marvin Leonhardt, we saw him a little while ago over there on the left-hand side. He's still riding well as these riders just try and keep the tempo up. Maxime Fabre down there on the right-hand side. We don't see too much of him, but he's certainly putting the pressure on. And Mokhtari is the rider who's just pouring some water over himself, just trying to keep himself as cool as possible.
I think Mokhtari could have a really good race today. He's moved into Category 5, having been a Category 4 rider for quite a lot of the last 12 months. And he's also had 2 KOM jerseys previously. So I think today's course is going to suit him quite well. And he looks pretty relaxed at the moment, just as he took some water there. He's just keeping an eye on things. He's not going to get this first climbing banner, but this is a long race. We're only just under 18 kilometers into a 55.6 kilometer course. And as we've mentioned, the real kind of feature of this course is that Col de Galibier climb later on.
It is. Kozhetkov was the first rider across the line in Category 5 ahead of Narovny, who was in second with 4 points. Leonhardt with 3. Aravena in 4th place took 2, and Mokhtari took 1 point, just riding his way towards the top, keeping it quite calm. The King of the Mountains jersey then has been given over as we see us go back now to the next group of riders. This is Category 2. We're coming up to 17.5 kilometers of racing covered. Oh, sorry, this is Category 4. He's in the green jersey, sprinting away here. This is Nicholas Glavac as he goes to the top of the climb here, wearing that sprint jersey. But looking now for the King of the Mountains jersey as well. Nicholas Glavac is there. There he is, coming up to the gantry across the top. And he is going to go through there. He's having a wonderful start to this race.
Yeah, he's going to pull on that polka dot jersey for now. Obviously, there's a lot of points still left on the table in this race, but that's a great start to the August finals for Nicholas Glavac. He's got the sprint jersey and the climbers jersey for now, and he's now settling down with his power and just going to take a bit of recovery before that Eiffel Tower sprint. So it was Glavac coming through for 5 points, Ryan Giuliano for 4 points, Sergio Sorio for 3 points, Niall Batty with 2 points, and Juan Restrepo taking 1 point at that first ascent of the Pont de Pierre climb. And of course, that was an early look at this climb because the riders will tackle it again when they get to 37.3 kilometers on this race. And that's going to come not that long before they reach the Galibier, as we now see the men's Category 3 riders also on that on this first climb, with about 700 meters of the Pont de Pierre ascent remaining.
It's Friedek on the left-hand side. I love his headband with beast mode on it as he makes his way up this climb. 365 watts from our front rider. Let's see who's going to take the climb. They've still got a little bit of a distance till they reach about 500 meters, 400 meters now. Mariusz Kukerski is the rider at the front, but being hunted down by Castanio and Robert Power just behind. Jakub Bitko is the rider in 4th place. Ollie Simmons there in 5th place. It's going to be pretty close. Kukerski is the rider who is trying to get to the top. There is Ollie Simmons there on the left-hand side as we keep an eye on him working his way up the climb. We've only got 200 meters to go. They've gone very early to try and secure these King of the Mountains points, but there it is in front. It's Kukerski who's going to take the maximum points on this climb ahead of Castanio, and I think Ollie Simmons, Haley, taking 3rd place with a very, very good climb that time.
Yeah, Ollie Simmons, I think we can really see how good his form is. Like we said, he came third last week. He took second place on that first Mont Saint-Michel sprint, and then he's also just taken third place on that first climb. So clearly his legs are in a very good place at the end of August. But Kukierski, as you said, taking 5 points, Castagno with the 4 points, Ollie Simmons with 3 points, David Baddiel then in fourth place to take 2 points, and Gilberto Marquez taking 1 point as the Category 3 men now back off a little bit, ease up, regroup at the front, and take a little bit of recovery before we get to the next sprint. And this gap in the men's Category 2 race.
It's huge, isn't it, at the moment? Incredible, isn't it? Over a minute already on this course. So they've gone out very early. Tactically, it's quite an interesting move, as you've already alluded to just try and get ahead before the Galibier and give yourself a big opportunity to try and win the race. But something we didn't expect as they go for the top of the rise now. Carlos Ramirez and Daniel Marquez are the two riders at the front. And it looks like it's going to be a proper tussle between the two of them, but it's Daniel Marquez over the line first, just ahead of Carlos Ramirez in second place. So Marquez pulls on the King of the Mountains jersey. But Hayley, you never expected to see this. This is a massive advantage.
So originally this group was obviously 5 riders, and they have lost Sami Piatilla a little bit, and he's he's about 20 seconds behind Mandakowicz, so he's now in kind of no man's land between these top 4 and the rest of the race. But I mean, it's a legitimate tactic to have this early break and see if they can get a bit of an advantage ahead of the Galibier. And what it means is that, especially if you're less of a punchy rider, you can get to the bottom of the Galibier and then just ride it as a really strong time trial and not necessarily have to then be reacting to other attacks, especially when you've got such a big race field. This men's Category 2 race is 71 riders. It's a big old group of riders, and if you can be in that top 4, there's fewer riders to watch for, there's fewer attacks to look out for, and it means that you can ride the climb at your own tempo. So yeah, points again on that climb being distributed between those leading 5 riders. So it was Marquez that took 5 points, Ramirez with 4, Mandakowicz with 3, Trojanowski with 2, and then Piatilla, who we said just been gapped a little bit, he took 1 point. So group of 4 at the front, 31 seconds to one rider, and then another 30 seconds to the remaining 53 riders, or to a big group of 53 riders behind.
Jason Osborne goes across the top. Whoa, what a ride by Jason Osborne.
They're racing hard. They're already on the hot on the heels of the men's Category 2 race already, and yeah, Jason Osborne cresting that climb first to pull on that polka dot jersey, but SS, keeping a close eye and not wanting him to go anywhere.
No, not at all. So confirmation, Osborne, the world champion, took the points at the top of the Pont-Avier climb nice and early for Jason Osborne. SS in second at 4 points. Then we had Safazadeh in third with 3, Ruben Dont with 4, and Daniel Turek took the 1 point. It looks like Osborne's decided, though, that he's not going to continue with this attack. He decides to let the riders come back to him, but he's just putting a little bit of pressure on, and that's going to hurt the legs of all the chasers who've just got to get back in the slipstream, get back on the wheel of Jason Osborne as quickly as possible. So we've gone through 1 intermediate sprint, 1 climb so far. Next appointment for the riders is the Eiffel Tower sprint at 27.5 kilometers before we go back onto the Pont-Avier climb, and then it's down to the Galibier and onto the lower slopes. As we see Van Elst there, a little bit dark for Stefan Van Elst there in the background on the left hand side as he spins away. Looks quite comfortable in this particular group of riders right now.
Yeah, Stefan Van Elst nicely tucked into that leading group of riders. He crested that climb in 6th place, so he's in a nice position. He's a teammate of Jason Osborne, so the final bosses, the kind of, what you'd say one of the leading teams in this men's Category 1 field. You've got Hayden Pucker, Jason Osborne, Paul Skierski and Stefan Van Elst making up that team of the final bosses, and they took the July finals victory with a minute's advantage over the Alpha Jaw Space Cowboys. The Alpha Jaw Space Cowboys team this month, you've got Lionel Vyasin in there, Mikhail Kaminsky and Ollie Jones. Very strong team. They're always close contenders of the final bosses. So it'll be interesting to see what happens on today's course. You know, there's going to be some big time gaps on that climb, and it opens up opportunities for teams that maybe have maybe not the strongest overall, but a closely grouped kind of number of individuals. It offers the opportunity for them to maybe take a team victory just by being consistently well placed rather than taking the out and out win.
Bjorn, Andreas, and again Stretch and Alex. We've got a little bit of time till we get to the Eiffel Tower sprint. For people who are new watching, what sort of setup do the riders have in their pain caves? What is on their screens? What are they keeping an eye on? And do they have any communication with their teammates in any way at all?
Yeah, so for monthly finals, the communication is key, and most teams will kind of insist on a communication method. So certainly in my team, we have a WhatsApp call every month. So we're all on the call, mostly muted, but so that we can communicate with each other quickly if necessary. And I think most teams will do the same. They'll either use WhatsApp or Discord and have a call. Sometimes we see riders tapping away to each other with messages, but obviously that's a bit more difficult when you're going full gas on the bike. So in the finals, we almost always see communication in the teams. In terms of setup, some riders choose to have, maybe a specific indoor bike. So, we'll see them on like a Wahoo Kicker bike, for example. So not their normal road bike, but a lot of the riders, as we can see there with the shot with inside the pain cave of Kaminsky, he's got his road bike set up on the turbo trainer. And there's a list of allowed turbo trainers that are kind of considered to be accurate enough to provide the correct data for the racing within this Sunday Race Club. So it's a slightly more specific list of turbo trainers in the top few categories of racing, and then the lower categories have slightly more choice with their turbo trainer setup. But all riders also have to have a second power source, so they have to have a bike power meter as well, so either a crank-based or a pedal-based power system on their bike. So the turbo trainer is set up as the primary power source, the bike turbo trainer is set up as a secondary power source, and then as part of the verification process that follows the racing, which of course is incredibly important that all of the rides are verified, as part of that verification process, the numbers coming from the two different power sources will be checked against each other just to make sure that there's consistency and that the power numbers are within a given tolerance, just to make sure that everything's kind of above board. And only once that verification process has been completed, which it's normally done by probably 1 to 2 days after the race. Once that's all been completed, the results are verified, and then the prizes are confirmed, and the prize money will be paid out.
We're taking a look here at a number of riders in category group 6, as we just see how they're performing there on the left-hand side of the screen. It looks like
they're just coming into
quite a hard race so far.
Sprint.
Yeah, we're not far away from the third sprint. At the Eiffel Tower now, in the background, as you can see. So they're starting the sprint. Alex Lark again starting to accelerate. It's Lark who's in that green jersey, but Ingmar van Beers is interested in it this time. So is Magnus Vikland. So we're coming up to this second intermediate sprint of the day, but look at Alex Lark now. He's starting to get in the slipstream very, very late. Now he comes past, and Alex Lark timed that to absolute perfection.
And you can see him being congratulated in his pain cave there, shaking the head. That was a fantastic sprint from Alex Lark. Look at that. Look at the effort that cost him. Head down, head on the arms as he tries to suck in oxygen and recover, but taking maximum points at both the Mont Saint-Michel and the Eiffel Tower sprint means that Alex Lark has secured himself that green sprinter's jersey. So congratulations to him. Yeah, 2 climbs to go, but he's got that green jersey secured. No matter what happens, he just has to cross the line to finish this race. So Alex Lark took 5 points, Magnus Vikland with 4 points, Renee Olsen took 3 points, Ingmar van Beurs took 2 points and Brent Gibson with the 1 point. And now the riders can regroup. 9.8 kilometers until the start of the next climb.
Here we are with our group of riders. Coming up now to the Eiffel Tower sprint for our Group 5. 59 riders in that group took to the race start. Our green jersey is on the shoulders of Christian Velez, who's there on the right-hand side. Christian Velez just riding his way towards the front, looks very, very easy. Werner Aravena on the front. Now a bit of a sprint as riders start to go clear to this Eiffel Tower. And it is Werner Aravena who is the front rider trying to secure the maximum points here. Big sprint from Aravena here in this Sunday Race Club, with Ola Warren in second place and Jose Bonilla in third place. So the rider in the green jersey is washed away this time. Werner Aravena is the first rider across the line in that group.
And Aravena was third in the very first sprint at Mont Saint-Michel. So by winning that sprint and picking up 5 points from that, he's just given himself a really good opportunity to take the overall. As we see Francis Pinault jumping out of the men's category 4 race towards the Eiffel Tower sprint checkpoint. They're hot on the heels of the men's category 5 race, and Pinault's accelerating towards the line at 9.3 watts per kilo, and he's going to take that second sprint ahead of Nicolas Glavac. So that was a really well-timed sprint by Francis Pinault there. So he took that sprint checkpoint in men's category 4. So we'll just confirm the results from the Eiffel Tower sprint in category 5. It was Aravena with 5 points, Bonilla with 4, Gonsulin with 3, Leinhardt with 2, and Kochakov with 1 point. So that means that Aravena does take that sprint jersey in men's category 5 with 8 points. Meanwhile, in category 4, Francis Pinault came through the line first to take 5 points. Glavac took 4, Rojas took 3, Restrepo took 1, and Ryan Giuliano took the 1 point. So that means that Nicolas Glavac took 9, and Francis Pinault are both tied on 9 points, actually, for that sprinter's jersey in the men's category 4 race. They switched places. Glavac took the Mont Saint-Michel sprint and was second at Eiffel Tower. Pinault took Eiffel Tower and was second at Mont Saint-Michel. So both riders end up on 9 points.
We're getting all the groups of riders now coming up to this intermediate sprint at the Eiffel Tower. This is group number 3. As they just start to tussle, they can see the sprint point just in front of them at the Eiffel Tower. A few hundred meters to go now, 400 meters. They're kind of alongside each other. Ollie Simmons and Mark McKinnon out ahead of the race. Who is going to open up this sprint? They're leaving it very, very late to decide who goes through. And I wonder whether they are going to open up the sprint now. They look like they are going to leave it until the final 50 meters or so. Now you get Manarelli. Manarelli goes clear. Big acceleration from him. Ollie Simmons in second place, McKinnon in third, and it's Manarelli who goes across the line, takes the maximum points in that sprint. Left it late.
Those riders had a nice yeah, they did, but those riders had a nice gap on the group behind, about 14 seconds, and with Aidan Sinclair not in that leading group of 3 riders, Ollie Simmons didn't have to worry too much in terms of taking points for hopefully securing the overall sprint jersey, which he should have done by finishing second. So it was Manarelli who took 5 points at that sprint. Simmons took 4, McKinnon 3, Christensen with 2, and Ronan Racolt took 1 point. So that's a nice, another nice points addition by Ollie Simmons, who's really racing very strongly. You know, taking points in all of those 3 checkpoints we've seen so far, 2 sprints and 1 climb. Meanwhile, in category 2, the gap has now come down, actually. Whether the riders behind have noticed the danger or whether the riders at the front have backed off a bit. But we've still got 4 leading riders at the front, and then Piatilla's been sucked back into that bunch behind. So Mendakowicz, Trojanowski, Marquez and Ramirez have currently somewhere between a 25 and 30 second advantage on the group behind. And it looks like Mendakowicz, having timed his sprint so well at that first sprint checkpoint, is also going to pick up maximum points at this Eiffel Tower sprint, and that will secure him the green jersey in this race today. Trojanowski looking as though he's going to cross the line in second place. So we'll wait for confirmation of that sprint in men's category 2. And men's category 1 are already also at that sprint checkpoint. So all these categories coming through together, and it's Ruben Dont, the holder of 43 sprint jerseys on the Sunday Race Club, who just accelerates away from Paul Skierski to take the points at the Eiffel Tower sprint.
Yeah, Group 1 already catching. Group 2, Category 2 on the road, so they're going through and filtering their way through the riders. Category 1 really have ripped it across this course so far. There's confirmation that Mendakowicz took the 5 points, Trojanowski took 4 points, Ramirez 3, Marquez 2, and Van Erck took 1 point. We just saw what a hard effort it was for Mendakowicz as he bowed down, his head almost on the handlebars with the effort that he put in. Robin Dont took the 5 points for Category 1, Skierski took 4 points, SS took 3, Osborne took 2 points, and then Mr. X100 with 1 point. So another acceleration at the front as a big attack goes on from Category 1, and these riders trying to go clear. Jason Osborne coming up to the wheel of Ruben Dont, just trying to nullify that little attack. Mr. X100 is there. Pavel Skierski is also now on the front of this race. Hayley, we've got a little bit of rock and roll now up until the Pont de Pierre climb. The Pont de Pierre climb comes up at 37.33 kilometers, but between the Eiffel Tower sprint and the next climb, there is this little uncategorized climb, which is a real springboard that these riders are using to try and just break this race up a little bit.
Yeah, so I think, you know, these checkpoints offer danger points or opportunities depending on your perspective for these riders, because the group will often be strung out coming into a sprint checkpoint, and riders towards the back of the group will hope that the leaders sit up a little bit and everything comes back together and comes back on terms. However, if you're at the front and you have speed going through the checkpoint and you decide to just continue pushing on, then you can actually open up gaps at the front of the race. And especially with this Eiffel Tower sprint, where not that long after the checkpoint, they're actually onto a little bit of an incline, and it's something that looks quite small on our map as we look at it, but that's just because it's in comparison to things like the Galibier. And in reality, you know, it's a considerable push. So if you've managed to open up an advantage after the Eiffel Tower sprint, and then you continue to push up this ascent, you're going to be dropping riders from the back of the group. And actually riders who were not that well placed at the sprint checkpoints, just maybe lost a little bit of concentration or just gapped a little bit, they could find themselves in real danger now. And we see Saeed Safrazadi, the effort on his face as he just makes sure he stays on the wheel of Jason Osborne and Mr. X100. And, you know, these riders towards the front of the men's category 1 race are managing to really stretch things and really open up a bit of a gap. But Saeed Safrazadi is a really strong climber, and he'll want to make sure that he is up there and in contention as they hit the Galibier, because if he is, you know, he could be in the top 3 today.
It could be. He's looking good so far. He looks in control. They've got about 8 kilometers to go till they reach the bottom of the Col de Galibier. Before they're still quite tough roads. They've still got to go over the bottom of the climb of the Galibier. The bottom of the climb of the Pont de Pierre is at 37k, so they've got about 8k till they reach there, over the top, down the other side, and then onto the Galibier, which comes up at 44.3 kilometers of racing to go. The checkpoint's at 55.4, and the finish line is at 55.6 kilometers this afternoon. But there's real sprinting going on now in category 1 as riders try and break clear. Osborne is involved in all the action here in this group of riders with Mr. X100. Daniel Turek is also up towards the front as well. And these riders are just trying to get involved. You saw the little hand signal there of Ollie Jones just telling the riders, let's work together now and try and break away. And this is a really concerted effort, Hayley, to split this race up and to take an elite group of riders off the front. A massive acceleration.
Yeah, this is actually a really good position for AlphaJaw team to be in, because they've got Ollie Jones there, they've got Daniel Turek there, they've got Kaminsky there. So they've got 3 riders at the front in this select group that seems to have formed. Jason Osborne has his teammate Paul Skierski there, but I don't think he actually has any other teammates in this lead group. So this is a really good opportunity for the AlphaJaw Space Cowboys. And I think that's why we saw Ollie Jones trying to encourage people to work together, because if they can take 3 riders a long way up this climb and towards the top of the Galibier, then actually they could take the win in the team competition today. And as we mentioned in the women's race, this team competition is something that's very, very important in the monthly finals.
Jason Osborne, a little bit of a stretch. As he just relaxes a little bit now at the front of this group with Mr. X100 and Ollie Jones. Daniel Turek is also there. We've got Safazadeh, Skierski is there as well, Kaminsky is there. There's all sorts of little signals going on in this front group in category 1. So they're just giving each other little bits of information as we see Pavel Skierski in that green jersey sprinting through now. Look at the effort being put in by these riders. There's Kaminsky on the left-hand side, who is right on the back of the group of riders, not quite in the slipstream yet. He's putting out nearly 600 watts as he desperately tries to get into the slipstream. This is a massive move from these riders, who are really putting everybody under massive pressure. They've opened up 13 seconds on Ruben Dont already with just that move as they go onto the little cobbled section now, rumble their way across that. Kaminsky's finally got himself, Hayley, onto the back of the group, and his face tells the story of what is proving to be an immensely tough Sunday Race Club final. He looks like he's really under pressure now.
Yeah, but you know, expending that bit of energy to be in this lead group of 7 riders is pretty crucial, I would say, because as you pointed out, they've opened up a gap of maybe 15 seconds on the rest of the men's category 1 race. And this is a really strong select group of 7. It's probably going to come down to a bit of an individual time trial once they hit the Galibier, but the more advantage that they can build up as a group of 7 before the base of the Galibier, you know, the more likely it is that the riders are going to kind of guarantee themselves a good individual position and maybe also that team win. So I think being in this lead group of 7 is pretty crucial, and it's maybe earlier than I expected this race to split up, but it shows how you know, aggressive, assertive racing can really pay dividends, because we saw the momentum being carried after that sprint onto that little climb that followed, as you mentioned, and that's proved pretty decisive in this men's category 1 race.
For those of you just joining us, I'm Ant McCross and Hayley Simmons with me. We're on to the Pont-Pierre climb soon. We're about 4K away from that climb with category 1. If you're looking for the world champion Jason Osborne, he's just attacked on the left-hand side of the screen, but he's now in the King of the Mountains jersey as opposed to his rainbow jersey. There he is with that acceleration, being chased now by Mr. X100 and Daniel Turek just behind. Turek, a Czechia rider, stage winner in Azerbaijan actually on the road. He also won a stage of the Ardennes in his career when he was a road rider. 33 years of age now, and keeping himself in that front elite group of riders with Ollie Jones, with Mr. X100, with Skierski, and they are working well together now to try and extend their advantage. To be in this front group though, Hayley, you've got to produce an immense amount of power. We're constantly seeing the watts at around about well over 300, now and then topping out at 500 watts, something like that, as they just tick along right now in the group of riders. And when you look at Ollie Jones, who's the leader of that group, on the left-hand side. Yes, he's under a little bit of pressure, but he looks like he's just spinning along very, very easily, and just now and then touching the screen, making sure he knows what he's looking at. He just looks like he's out on a fairly gentle ride, even although he's under massive pressure and riding it well over 500 watts.
Yeah, we said before just how elite these top riders are. You know, they're the best of the best, and they make it look effortless. You know, I wish I looked that under control when I was you know, that deep into the hurt locker. You know, Dan Turek having a great race today. He's just trying to stay in contention as much as possible. Currently in 4th, and this leading group of 7 actually already like breaking up a little bit. Kaminsky's just been gapped. We did see him struggling a little bit a short time ago, and he's now 16 seconds off the wheel of Dan Turek. So we've now got 2 riders at the front, Jason Osborne and Ollie Jones, followed by Mr. X100, Saeed Safrazadeh, Paul Skirsky and Dan Turek. And then a bit of a gap back to Mikhail Kaminsky and the rest of that Category 1 field. But it's already breaking up. It's already kind of in 1s and 2s and smaller groups. And I think this is just going to spread even more across the road as we get onto the Galibier.
Well, what a race we've had so far. The women's race was fantastic. This is the Sunday Race Club on MyWhoosh as we decide who are the winners of the final today. We've had the qualification rounds for the riders, but it's always the last Sunday, the chance for the riders to go head-to-head in the final day for the prize money, which we've talked about a little while ago. $95,000 on offer across the different categories for the riders to compete for in this Sunday Race Club, which is why this effort is so strong this afternoon. Coming up to 1 hour of racing for a mixed category as we look down. Category 4 in the red jerseys, Category 5 in those turquoise jerseys as they ride alongside each other. We're looking at Santiago Ramirez in this group of riders. Nice easy group at the moment, I think, Hayley. These riders riding together, but you're not having to produce a massive amount of watts to stay in that group, as we see an attack on the right hand side from Vincent Cerdron, who was involved in the action earlier on, coming up towards the top of the Pont de Pierre climb. He's in the purple colours. That's group 6, category 6 on the road. And Cerdron is looking for the King of the Mountains points at the top of the Pont de Pierre climb for the 2nd time.
Yeah, he's opened up a nice gap. We said that he was climbing strongly, and he's really pushed on, and looks like he's definitely going to take the points again at the top of the Pont de Pierre climb, as he did on the first ascent. And after the Pont de Pierre climb, he's only got 5.6 kilometers of riding before the Galibier begins. So I'll be interested to see what his gap is at the top of this Pont de Pierre climb, and if he just continues to ride his own pace and take that advantage onto the slopes of the Galibier. Meanwhile, on the left-hand side of the screen, you've got Category 4 and Category 5 have come together, and they're also now on the ascent of the Pont de Pierre climb. They've recently started that ascent. That climb tops out at 38.6 kilometers. And then, as I said, it's just over 5.5 kilometers between the top of the Pont de Pierre climb and the start of the Galibier. So they're really into the more difficult, highly climbing back end of this course now.
Yeah, now there are very few flat sections before the end of today's race. This is Vincent Cerdron, who goes through the King of the Mountains point in the polka dots. Secures that now for the moment until we get onto the Galibier. There are 20 points on offer at the top of the Galibier. This rider's taken 10 points so far. He looks very strong during today's race. The question is whether that translates into the Col de Galibier this afternoon. We're going up to the top of this climb now with the riders in the red jerseys. This is Category 4. We go back here to the Category 6 riders coming up to the top of the climb. and a little bit of a move and a bit of an attack behind Kerdron, who is just now forming up a little bit of a group with Rodolphe Bertrand that we saw on screen just a little while ago. And now the category 4 riders sprinting their way up to the top of the rise. It's getting a little bit more messy now, I think you could say, with the different groups of riders all getting absorbed. They started at 2.5 minute intervals earlier on today, and now things are starting to merge, Hayley. This is not a major problem. It's just for us to keep an eye on who is who and who's managing to be at the head of the different groups. But apart from that, the merging of the groups means that as a rider, you've got more slipstream to sit in, more wheels around you to be able to get a little bit of saving of energy before the Galibier.
Yeah, I think the riders will want to try and take advantage of the group dynamics in this short distance between the Galibier starts, trying to conserve as much energy as they possibly can before that final 11.1 kilometre ascent. So just some confirmation of the results on that second ascent of the Pont de Pierre climb. In category 6, we saw Kerdron go through with some clean air. He took 5 points ahead of Kozanski behind in 4 points, Sean Blackie with the 3 points, Rodolphe Bertrand took 2 points, and Garces Zimel took 1 point. In the men's category 5 race, we saw Oleg Kochakov take 5 points ahead of Alex Nirovny with 4 points, Mohamed Mokhtari with 3 points, Christian Velez took 2 points, and Walter Neto took 1 point in that men's category 5. The men's category 4 have also come through that climb, and it was Giuliano with 5 points, Batty with 4, Cadabona with 3, Butcher with 2, and Clinton Dave Cirillo took 1 point. So that's those first categories, and we're already seeing these men's category 1 riders coming really close to the front of the race. They're in with the category 2s, and even they picked up some category 3 riders as well. So this men's category 1 race is fast and furious today. Jason Osborne took 5 points on that Pont de Pierre climb for the second time, ahead of Dan Churek with 4 points. Ollie Jones took 3 points. Paul Skierski took 2 points, and Mr. X100 took 1 point. And there's still that leading group of 6 riders, Saeed Safrazadi being the 6th of those riders. And they have a gap of 26 seconds now on a group behind of 11 riders, I believe, are in that group behind. Category 2, the only category that we haven't discussed at that second climb checkpoint. So Mikhail Mercado took 5 points. Zamrozniak took 4 points. Michael Knudsen took 3 points there. Kiel Power 2 points. And Stuart Miller took 1 point. So we're just getting confirmation come up on your screen for the various categories for that second ascent of the Pont de Pierre climb. But of course, there's one climb left to go, and it is the Col de Galibier. So that will more than likely determine the who ends up with the polka dot jersey, and also who is going to be victorious at the end of today's race.
Well, we're only 4 kilometres now from the Galibier. Hayley, you rode it yesterday. How long do you think it's going to take these riders to ride their way up the Galibier in this Sunday Race Club final?
So the women's kind of categorized climb for the Galibier, the women's segment, was about 8.5 kilometers. I rode it zone 2 in about just over 35 minutes, but the men are going to be going, it's 11.1 kilometers for the men, so it is longer, but I think the racing is going to be fast and furious, and they're certainly not going to be riding up it at zone 2 like I was yesterday. No. So I think we're going to see I think we're going to see some fireworks on the slopes of the Col de Galibier today. But as I said with the women's race, there's nowhere to hide on this climb. It's not like some of the other long climbs that we see on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club, where sometimes there's steps to it, so you've either got flatter sections or even small bits of descent. Once you start going up with the Col de Galibier, it's up and up and up and up, and the last 500-600 meters are very, very steep. We've got double digits, we've got 13%, 14% sections, so it's attritional, and it's one of those climbs where if you pace it wrong and you go too hard too early and you blow up, you could lose a lot of time. So, take on fuel, keep eating, keep drinking, pace it, and finish strong.
Pavel Skursky on the left-hand side of the screen. He's at 41.5k. The group in front is at 42.2. So actually, Category 1 is starting to close in now on this huge group of riders at the front as we close in on the Col de Galibier now. 44.3 kilometers is the bottom. We're going to be there in 2k, well 1.9k for that big peloton that we can see there. A real mash of different coloured jerseys with different categories involved. We see the red jerseys of Group 4, we see the turquoise jerseys of Group 5. We see the Group 6 jerseys in there as well. So many different categories involved, and behind them, Skursky is closing the gap with Osborne in that polka dot jersey, and also Mr. X100, Said Safarzadeh is there as well as Mr. X100, who today, Hayley, looks like he's full of riding. He's been accelerating a lot. He's been involved in a lot of the action. We see him again jumping away to try and go across to the front peloton and save energy, just sitting in the slipstream for just a moment. He's a rider who might well be finishing in the top places in this Category 1 at the top of the Col de Galibier in this Sunday Race Club today. He is looking superb.
Yeah, Mr. X100 is a rider that we've seen come up from Category 2. He won the MyWhoosh Championships in Category 2. He's constantly been at the top of the Category 2 leaderboard, and he's now come up into Category 1, and he's really animating the Category 1 race, just showing that he deserves to be there and how strong he is. He's not going to sit in and just, see how it goes. He's going to attack. He's going to make the racing, and he's doing that again today. And it's something that I really enjoy seeing when riders take on the racing as they move between categories. And this is the premiere event for August. We're right at the end of August, one day left of the month, and what a phenomenal course to be highlighting for this August finals. And as we move into September, though, there's a lot coming up on MyWhoosh. Just before we hit the bottom of the Galibier, we can talk through what's coming up on MyWhoosh this week. So obviously starting the week today with the monthly final on the Sunday Race Club. We're then going to move on, actually, as we enter the month of the Road World Championships, which are in Canada. We've got the Montreal 2026 Rainbow Mission Stage 1, which starts tomorrow, the 31st of August, until the 13th of September. There's some Apex racing coming up on Wednesday, the 2nd of September. And then we've got we've got other Tier 1 racing this week, which you can find the details for at mywhooshinfo.com. And of course, as I mentioned earlier when we were talking about the women's racing, we've got the first of the public open qualifiers through to the World Championship semi-finals. So that will happen on Saturday, the 5th of September. And all of the information that you need to register for that race is at MyWhoosh. So www.mywhoosh.com. You can find out all of the information that you need for that UCI Open Qualifier 1 that's coming up on Saturday, the 5th of September.
Oh, there's loads going on, isn't there? There's plenty to keep everybody occupied as far as MyWhoosh is concerned, and loads of different courses to ride as well. It looks like Osborne and the rest of the Group 1 riders are coming across now to this little peloton in front of them. They've still got around about maybe nearly 100 riders in front, but they're closing in extremely quickly. They're going to ride their way through, then they're going to accelerate through the other side and then continue up the road. Some riders will try and stay with them as long as possible, won't they, Hayley? Try and use as much power as you can to get to the bottom of the Galibier, which is now, and then just see how long you can hang on for. It's always good to get a chance to ride with the Category 1 riders, the elite riders at the front, and just see if you can live with them, even if it's for 50 meters, which I think it may well be as we hit the bottom of the Galibier now.
Yeah, I think trying to hang on to the will of Jason Osborne as he starts to ascend the Galibier is maybe a fool's errand. I certainly wouldn't want to be doing it. Maybe if they got some advantage on a flatter section, but the Col de Galibier, as I said, it's going to be about pacing it and possibly not trying to hang on to the world champion's wheel could be a better pacing strategy than killing yourself to see how long you can sit with him. But it's always nice to be on the rainbow jersey, so we'll see what riders decide to do, whether they try and jump with Jason and Ollie Jones, or whether they just ride their own race and let the Category 1 men battle it out between themselves.
Well, Jason Osborne has decided to go early on the Galibier. 45.2 kilometres of racing gone, and he is already stamping his authority at the head of this race. Ollie Jones trying to come back to him now. We see Jones just measuring his effort in the left-hand side, but Osborne has opened up a bit of an advantage on this climb already. They're pretty much equal, although Osborne now opens up to 4 seconds and is starting to ride away now from Ollie Jones. Jones needs to just think, does he try and go with him? Does he just sit back and maintain the effort that he's happy with? Or how does he play this Galibier climb? Because right now Osborne has gone for gold already, and we're right at the bottom of this Hors category mountain, and Osborne is smashing the rest of the opportunity away from everybody. This is a fantastic climb by Jason Osborne in the polka dots here in Sunday Race Club. Look at him go, Hayley. There is no holding back at all from Jason Osborne. He is flat out.
Yeah, so he's chosen to go from the bottom of this climb, which I wondered if he would do, but this is going to be a phenomenal showing from Jason Osborne. But I just want to take a moment to talk about Ollie Jones, because Ollie Jones has not been off the podium in these Sunday Race Club races since the end of the MyWhoosh Championships. So since then, Ollie Jones took a win in the qualifier race number 3 in July. He was second in the men's finals in July. He took the win in qualifier 1 in August, second place in qualifier 3 in August, third place in qualifier 4 in August, which was last weekend. And he also took the win in the New Zealand World's qualification race, which was only 2 days ago. So Ollie Jones is on an absolutely phenomenal run of form at the moment, just consistent podiums. And we can see him here just measuring his effort. He's not trying to sit with Jason. He's just riding his own effort up this climb. And he will be aiming to stay ahead of Mr. X100, Saeed Safrazadi, Skierski, Churek, and the rest of the men's Category 1 field behind. But Ollie Jones clearly on some absolutely terrific form.
Yeah, what a great month he's had. Absolutely fantastic to see him riding so well and actually riding so many races. Recovery is everything, isn't it? You've got to be able to have the endurance to ride, but also to recover. And as you mentioned a little while ago, these riders having to do everything they can to do what every pro bike rider does. You've got to train, you've got to recover, you've got to take the right nutrition on board, you've got to make sure you take the right electrolytes on board. We've seen many of the riders with their electrolyte and nutrition sponsors, their bottles and everything sat there on the pictures we've seen. You cannot just mess around to riding Sunday Race Club like this in Category 1 and Category 2 in particular. You've got to be thinking all week about how you perform, how you fuel, how you recover, what you do to be at the very best form for a day like today.
Yeah, absolutely. And, as with everything, form fluctuates. You can't be on your absolute A game, for 52 Sundays of a year, but you can certainly, with monthly finals come around 12 times a year, and that will be a kind of big aim for a lot of these riders. So making sure that everything is correct in the week coming up to monthly finals is something that riders will put a lot of emphasis on. And I know that, for example, in my team, in the women's side of things, we have agreements between us that we're not going to go out and do a 4-hour endurance ride the day before monthly finals, because it's so important, the result, to everyone in that team, that we're all committed to bringing our A game on the final Sunday of each month. So it's important. It's the top level of elite sport, and this is a UCI discipline. We have the World Championships coming up in December. You and I were obviously both in Abu Dhabi for the World Championships last year, and we see how incredible these athletes are, and they really are at the top of their game. And it's just like every other discipline where recovery, nutrition, and everything around that will be prioritized so that the riders can get the best possible result.
Is the training for these riders different to what we see a normal road rider do? Do they do anything that's specifically different?
I think one thing that we see for a lot of the riders is they don't need to be doing the same number of hours as the kind of World Tour pros, because the races that we have here, the Sunday Race Club races, are maybe up to an hour and a half. Sometimes in the MyWhoosh Championships they might be a little bit longer than that, but we rarely get racing over about an hour and a half. For the World Championship races, we've got one of the World Championship courses this year is going to be 20 kilometers, and that's the longest we've seen as a course used for the World Championships in the last few years. And 20 kilometers is obviously extremely short. It's going to be a fast and furious race, so the riders don't need 25, 30-hour training weeks. But they possibly need more intensity, because for the hour and a half of racing, it's really full gas. There's not much recovery, so it's a different style of training. So I think it's probably fewer hours in general, but maybe a little bit more with the very kind of top end. So the kind of duration versus intensity is a different distribution, I would say, for the Sunday Race Club compared to something like a World Tour Pro.
But of course, with intensity comes the fact that it's harder to recover from that
Yes.
amount of intensity. So it's very difficult for these riders to get that balance right.
Yeah, I think what you're going to see if you look at the training peaks, for example, of some of these riders, is you'll get you'll get very intense sessions and then very easy sessions. So it's going to be very polarized. There's going to be less time where they're just doing 3, 4, 5 hours in zone 2. You're not going to be seeing those rides as much, I would say. You're going to be seeing a very clear split between recovery days and very hard intense days. But you're right, you can't do intensity every single day. And the Sunday Race Club is one day a week that's going to be one of their intensity sessions, because it's full gas. But actually it's quite nice, because it means that you get to practice, not just have a hard training session, but you get to practice the other things that we spoke about, like using the draft, working out how to utilize the wind direction, time your sprints if you're a sprinter. You really get that opportunity to learn and progress every single Sunday. And I think that's quite unique, because in a road race, if you have a problem in a road race, it could be weeks and weeks until you get the opportunity again. And obviously, if you get gapped, if you get dropped, then suddenly it's no longer that much of a learning experience. With MyWhoosh, you can often find a group to sit in, even if it's a group from a different category. So you get that opportunity to practice and to really hone your craft. And we see that the top riders are not just nailing their recovery, nailing their training sessions. They're also taking advantage of every single opportunity that they have to race on the platform.
Jason Osborne on the left-hand side. With me is Hayley Simmons. As you can see, Osborne, the data is very, very interesting as he comes up to 49.2 kilometers of racing covered. Osborne now at the front of the entire field. There he is. He's riding a very low cadence, really, in reality, when you look at his comparison to Ollie Jones on the right-hand side. Ollie Jones riding a cadence of 85, 86 per minute. That's revs per minute, and Osborne only at 67. His heart rate 5 beats lower, but he's producing nearly another 20 to 30 watts more power than Ollie Jones is on the right hand side. So the technique that Jason Osborne is using just demonstrates to you just how it translates to power and speed on MyWhoosh today in the Sunday Race Club as he makes his way to the top of the mountain. Ollie Jones with a much more traditional style, sitting down, putting the power through the pedals as you would expect to see a road rider do. Osborne much more out of the saddle, putting on that pressure, but at a very, very low cadence point, Hayley. It's really significant to compare these two riders right now.
Yeah, because as you said, they're actually very similar in weight. So you know, we can compare their numbers pretty directly actually. But Jason is well known for his kind of much lower cadence, out of the saddle riding. Ollie, we see, yeah, as you said, more a traditional kind of road rider style of racing. He'll be seated a lot. He'll have a much higher cadence. So what we would traditionally see on the road, which is a stark difference to the kind of technique used by Jason. We're moving into looking at the 3rd and 4th place riders on the road, Mr. X100 and Saeed Safrazadi, and also Paul Skirski's with them as well. So we've got this group of 3 that have formed behind Jason Osborne and Ollie Jones. And Saeed Safrazadi, as we expected, having a really strong showing on this climb today. So he's at nearly 50 kilometers now. This course ends at 55.6. So well over her, or just over halfway, but well into the second half of this climb now on the Col de Galibier. And this group of 3 riders have opened up a nice gap over SS, who's currently in 6th place, another 20 seconds behind Safrazadi, Skirski and Mr. X100. So these 3 riders can kind of work together nicely on this climb. And the men's category 1 race we can see is really spread over this climb now. SS in 6th place at 9 seconds ahead of Dan Turek, who's just pacing his ride, just looking mostly controlled. A bit of a pain face there on him on the left-hand side, but you know,
pretty well controlled,
just keeping
isn't
it. Yeah, keeping to his own pace, keeping to his own rhythm, and just working his way up this climb to see if he can maybe get back in touch with SS ahead of him.
Well, this group of riders working well together. This is the group down with Lionel Vujassin. Daniel Turek is ahead up the road. Ruben Dont is in this group. So is Michael Knudsen. They're there as well. Also, Ricardo Panizza working their way up the climb. Their disadvantage, or they're just not their disadvantage, but their gap to Jason Osborne is pretty significant now. Osborne is looking superb in Sunday Race Club here on MyWhoosh. This is Panizza, who is lying 12th on the road right now. Panizza,
so interestingly,
he's got a much more traditional style, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has, yeah. Panizza, again, we do see him out the saddle there, but he does have one of the more traditional styles. I did wonder if this would happen. We just saw Michael Knudsen is actually, I think, leading the Category 2 race there. So he's been a Category 1 rider for a very, very long time, and has recently, I think just today, I think might actually be his first race in Category 2. So he's used to riding with these guys that he's currently in that group with. He knows them well, so he's been kind of caught by these Category 1 riders and is now sitting in that small group, working his way up the climb at the head of the men's Category 2 race today. So I think he'll try and stay there and get as much advantage towards the top of this climb as possible. And this is a great shot of a lot of the men's Category 1 races on the screen now, and it's a nice comparison for how many of them are riding out of the saddle versus people who might be sitting down in a more kind of traditional style, as we saw. You know, and we can see how important the cooling is as well. Everybody obviously, you know, putting in a lot of effort, and the fans are blowing, they're taking on their hydration. The jerseys have come off in some of the pain caves where we saw them on to start with. And yeah, everybody's just taking every opportunity to make sure that they can take on some fuel, get adequate cooling, and make it to the top of this climb in as good a shape as possible.
I think the camera position of Jakob Björklund is the best, able to look down on him, his whole setup as he puts his pressure on right now. This is us with the Brazilian rider, Jose Ricardo Betti, who's making his way up the climb. He's one of the second category riders, just sprinting his way up the Galibier. As you can see, the black number, no slipstream. There's not much slipstream on the Galibier at all. His heart rate at 171 and putting on a 85 cadence, riding strongly at 20 kilometers an hour on the Galibier this afternoon. There they are. There's all the riders. Keeping an eye on them. I don't know where Mendakovic is. He's disappeared, I think.
His camera's just, it's been a bit too much for his camera today, I think, and it's yes, his camera's exhausted, more exhausted than he is. But Rick Van Erck there, hi Rick, just wiping off his glasses, giving us a wave.
Smiling away. He looks like he's kind
Jesse
of enjoying
Langeveen
himself.
As well. Look, we're getting some great waves from our Dutch cohort there, Langeveen and Rick Van Erck. Well done, guys. Great race. Nearly there, nearly at the top of the Galibier. So keep it going.
Yeah, they are. They're almost at the top. There we go. Looking here with our Brazilian rider. Jason Osborne is the leader on the road. We've got... There is Rick Van Erck.
There we go, in with Rick.
He's riding really well in that Dutch Champions jersey. Looks good this afternoon, doesn't he, out the saddle. Keeping going. 6.4 watts per kilo at 51k. He's almost at the top now. The pain will end very, very soon.
Yeah, Rick won the qualifier 4 race last week in the men's category 3 and got rewarded with a move up to category 2 just in time for the Galibier. So yeah, nearly at the top, Rick, and back in category 2. So let's see where he ends up today. But it's a great ride from Rick.
It is. He looks very, very good. Osborne has not got long to go to the top of the Galibier. He's got 3 kilometers to the checkpoint, and then he's got 3.2 kilometers to the finish line. Ollie Jones, as we expected, is in second place. There he is. The deficit's now 45 seconds. Jason Osborne went from the very bottom of the Galibier in this Sunday Race Club. He's left nothing to chance. He's just ridden away from everybody, and notably his cadence now has even increased. He's up at nearly 90 reps per minute as he really piles on even more pressure on the rest of the riders in this Sunday Race Club. There's the various groups of Group 1. We see the group on the bottom left with Said Safazadeh, on the right hand side Lionel Vujasin and Ollie Jones, the second place rider. So it's Osborne, Jones, Skierski, Mr. X100, Safazadeh, SS and Vujasin are the top 7 riders on the Galibier as we come up to 53 kilometers of racing covered by Jason Osborne in the polka dots. He swapped his rainbow jersey for the polka dots during today's race. There's no holding him back, is there, Hayley? He is now almost at the top, just under 2 kilometers of effort to go.
Yeah, as we've kind of talked about on the podcast in these last few weeks, Jason Osborne is very much doing Jason Osborne things today. So after a couple of weeks in August where the gaps have maybe not been quite as big as we've expected, Jason Osborne is putting on a show again today, and he currently has an advantage of about 50 seconds over Ollie Jones. Ollie Jones, meanwhile, this is a great race from him. You know, as I said, he's had some really phenomenal results in August, not been off the podium since the final stage of the MyWhoosh Championships. But last week, Paul Skierski pushed Ollie Jones into 3rd place, Paul Skierski finishing in 2nd place. Those 2 riders part of a group of 8 that were 21 seconds behind Jason Osborne last week. But Ollie Jones now ahead of Paul Skierski in this monthly finals race. And at the moment, it looks like it's going to be Osborne in 1, Jones in 2. And then Paul Skierski's opened up a little bit of an advantage over Mr. X100 and Said Safrazadeh. But those 3 riders still very close together and looking to see which one of them will take the remaining podium position, assuming, of course, that Jason and Ollie continue as things are and manage to hold on to 1st and 2nd place. And here's Paul Skierski with that green sprinter's jersey on his shoulders. He took 5 points at that Mont Saint-Michel sprint, 4 points at the Eiffel Tower sprint. He's got 9 points in total, which is actually the same number of points as Ruben Dont. But Paul Skierski currently wearing that green sprinters jersey and sitting in third place, about 14 seconds ahead of Mr. X100 and Saeed Safrizadi, who are both locked together and working together up this climb to maybe bring Skierski back and also try and stay ahead of SS, who's only 10 seconds behind them now. So the race as we expected in ones and twos, but the gap's not huge everywhere, so there's still some opportunities. And of course, you know, if somebody suddenly runs out of energy, a 10-second gap will just disappear.
Well, it's only 10 seconds now between Skierski and Mr. X100. In fact, 16 seconds by the looks of things. So it's coming back really quickly. SS is closing in on Safrizadi just in front. There's only 8 seconds between them now. So things are starting to close up. Ollie Jones and Jason Osborne, significant advantage. They are almost at the top of the climb. Osborne has got not too far now to go until he reaches the top of the Galibier. This is us looking at Safrizadi as he sprints his way at over 6 watts per kilo on the wheel now of the rider with him, Mr. X100, who's been involved in the action all day today. Skierski 17 seconds ahead, 55 seconds to Ollie Jones, and further up the mountain is Jason Osborne, who's really not too far away from going through that King of the Mountains point, securing the polka dots, and then going on to take the race victory. 55.6 kilometers, 1,080 meters of climbing. It has been a big day in the Sunday Race Club, but Osborne has looked absolutely supreme. He's almost at the top now. He's got around about 800 meters now, Hayley, till he reaches the crest of the climb and then into the finish.
Yeah, so it was nice getting that shot there. You could just see SS in the background behind Saeed Safrizadi and Mr. X100. And SS, of course, a teammate on that UAE clan team of Mr. X100. Those two are teammates also with Phil Graves, who's recently moved up into Category 1. So those 3 riders were teammates in Category 2, now moved up into Category 1 and are teammates again. So Mr. X100 will probably want SS actually to be in that group with him and Saeed Safrizadi, or at least on terms, because that will give them a good opportunity within that team's competition, which we know is very important. And speaking of the teams, Jason Osborne is opening up a nice advantage for himself. One of his teammates, Paul Skierski, obviously also up there currently in 3rd position, so they will get very good time on this course. But then they'll be looking for their 3rd teammate, who is likely to be Stefan van Alst, but I'm not sure where he is at this point in the race. So the final boss is normally the dominant team on this Sunday Race Club in the monthly finals. We'll be looking to see where Stefan van Alst is to be their 3rd counter. And of course, we saw several riders from the AlphaJaw Space Cowboys very high up in this Category 1 race. They've got Ollie Jones, they've got Lionel Vujassin, they've got Mikhail Kaminsky. And so actually, with having 3 riders, and also Dan Turek, having 3 riders who are all closely placed together and on a good time, could actually win them the team classification, depending on the time gap that Jason and Paul Skierski managed to open up at the front, and where Stefan van Alst is. So there's all to play for on this climb still, in terms of the overall top 10, in terms of the team competition. And as Jason goes through that banner and takes the maximum points on the Col de Galibier, he's got a couple of 100 meters left, and then he'll secure himself the win the first time the men have tackled this iconic Col de Galibier climb.
Here he goes then, Osborne up towards the top. He's gone through the King of the Mountains point. He went from the bottom of the Col de Galibier today at 44.3 kilometers to go. He was already in the lead. He can now start to recover over the top of the climb. He's going to get himself ready for another victory. The world champion wins on the top of the Col de Galibier in Sunday Race Club. Jason Osborne is the winner of the Sunday Race Club as he pressures it over the top. What a fantastic ride. Ollie Jones is coming up now to the King of the Mountains point. Jones has produced a fantastic effort here in the Sunday Race Club. Haley, second place today for Ollie Jones. You highlighted him as a rider we should watch today, and he really has been superb on this final climb. Jones is almost at the conclusion of the Sunday Race Club here in France.
Yeah, this is a really strong race from Ollie Jones, continuing his amazing run of form through August. I think he raced really well in the MyWhoosh Championships, and it looks as though he's taken maybe a bit of recovery from that, but basically taken a really strong run of form coming off the back of the MyWhoosh Championships and carried it into this August racing. So I'm really excited to see what happens with the upcoming World Championship semi-finals, which we'll see at the very start of October. So the riders have a month now pretty much until that semi-finals race, and that will be the next major goal for a lot of these top riders on MyWhoosh, because they'll all want to get themselves into one of the qualifying positions for the World Championship finals. So I think Ollie's in a great place at the moment, and hopefully he can preserve that form for the next month and carry it into the semi-finals.
Here comes Pavel Skierski, the third place rider. He's opened up his advantage a little bit more now on Mr. X100 and Saeed Safarzadeh, who are at 43 seconds now. SS has caught them as well. He's with them in that group. But Pavel Skierski has been superb on the climb, riding now at 5.2 watts per kilo. He sees the welcome gantry in front of him. Skierski finishes in third place on the climb. Osborne wins ahead of Ollie Jones with Pavel Skierski. Here's the next group of riders. They're almost at the top. We've got them sprinting for the top of the Col de Galibier. It's been a very tough final mountain. Mr. X100, Safarzadeh and SS with Vujasin are the riders who are going for fourth place now. A big acceleration as Lionel Vujasin tries to take the fourth place on the Col de Galibier. He's ridden superbly. He goes across the line now. He will take fourth place.
That was a really intelligently paced climb, I think, from Lionel. He wasn't in that group of 2-3 riders of Mr. X100, Saeed Safarzadeh, SS. He was a little bit behind, but the way that they paced that climb, he managed to basically catch right at the last minute and then use the impressive kick that we know that Lionel has to then move himself clear of the rest of that group and cross the line in fourth. So that was a really intelligently ridden climb from Lionel Vujasin.
It was. What a superb performance by him. Daniel Turek in 8th place, the Czechia rider, and behind Michael Knudsen is not too far away. But it has been a day for Jason Osborne in the Sunday Race Club here in France. The first time we've been here. Here's confirmation of the result. Osborne wins in 1 hour 25 minutes 15 seconds ahead of Ollie Jones in second place. Pavel Skierski in third at 1 minute 55 behind. Then Lionel Vujasin in fourth, Safarzadeh in fifth, Mr. X100 in sixth place. There's the makeup of the top 10 in the Sunday Race Club.
That was a great day of racing in France, and what a way to introduce France into the Sunday Race Club. So I look forward to a lot more racing on the various courses within the France world in the weeks and months to come on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. But of course, you can ride France yourself anytime that world is available. Join the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club and just get involved with MyWhoosh, ride on the platform and get to ride the iconic Galibier yourself.
Well, from me, Anthony McCrossan, and from Hayley Simmons, thank you very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed today's Sunday Race Club on MyWhoosh. And as Hayley said, get involved, get on the platform and take a bit of a ride. We'll join you again sometime soon from both of us. Thanks very much for watching. Bye for now.